Many things make sense, yet so many do not. We are being intentional about giving prominence to the big stories in order to clarify and enlighten. Lead Story explains who, what, when, where, why, and how. Lead Story with George Davis, weekdays at 6:30 p.m. on CVM TV.
What's your story? What's your sign? We're dreamers. Don't care what other people say. We're doing this in our own way. We come alive. We come alive. We come alive. We're doing this in our own way. We come alive.
The internationally acclaimed On Stage with Winford Williams.
At a new time, Saturdays at 8 p.m. on CVM TV.
So much more than entertainment.
Our days get a little complex sometimes. Often so many things make sense, yet so many do not. We are being intentional about giving prominence to the big stories in order to clarify and enlighten. Lead Story explains who, what, when, where, why, and how. Lead Story with George Davis, weekdays at 6:30 p.m. on CVM TV.
Fan Central Pitside, brought to you by HChem, AIM Financial Corporation, Texaco, and Connex.
Our days get a little complex sometimes. Often so many things make sense, yet so many do not. We are being intentional about giving prominence to the big stories in order to clarify and enlighten. Lead Story explains who, what, when, where, why, and how. Lead Story with George Davis, weekdays at 6:30 p.m. on CVM TV.
Garvey said, a people without the knowledge of their past, their history, their culture, their heritage is like a tree without roots.
Absolutely. And look at this particular aerial shot.
Wow.
Breathtaking shot here of the National Heroes Park. And if I may borrow a line from Act 1, Scene 2 of Jean Ennuy's The Rehearsal, It says, don't make the mistake of believing it's enough to reproduce the realities of life. The object of art is to give life to shape.
Wow.
Giving life to shape, and this applies to photography and videography, it is even more interesting. And this particular area on which the National Heroes Park now stands was once one of the most popular spots here in Kingston, and for 101 years, over 101 years, the land was the center for horse racing in Jamaica.
Yes, yes. When I came to Kingston, it was called Cycle Sports on a Friday night.
Talk to us about that a little bit.
That is long, hundreds of years before you were born. On a Friday night.
Right. And so the floral tribute welcoming the dignitaries this morning, or the representatives or the officials this morning with Mr. Dean Roy Bernard, the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport. And of course, what a beautiful painting there.
Right, excellent. Yes, Sam Sharp.
Sam Sharp. What can you tell us about Sam Sharp? I mean, you're a great historian. You are quite knowledgeable when it comes to our national heroes and what happens or happened in the country and how that has shaped us as a people and as a nation.
He was born enslaved in 1801, and it is always this correction I offer, that he was not a slave. He was enslaved. It was something forced on him, and he was regarded as Daddy Sharp. He was what you would call a house slave. He was not working in the field. He was loved. And, you know, it's almost emotional, Mr. Atkins, as we meet here today, because one never forgets our own Professor Colin Channer, who went to Meadowbrook High School, and we have two representatives behind us, a representative from Meadowbrook, where Professor Colin Channer said, our ancestors did not come through immigration. They came through customs because they were regarded as goods. And look at us now. We are coming through immigration, not customs.
Absolutely. Again, we continue to see the beautiful aerial shot of the National Heroes Park. And of course, we are able to see some of the ceremonial guards in place there. And we also are seeing members of the JCCF, and they are actually well dressed in their official uniform, and of course the kind of discipline that they have for such an event such as this is just absolutely amazing.
Yes, really, yes.
Right.
It is said that order is heaven's first law.
Is
so
it?
we embrace that.
Indeed.
That is a message to us as a country, to have some order.
Indeed. Mr. Crawford, this particular landmark has seen so many historical events. Shed some light on that for us, for all the viewers who are tuning in.
You mean the Heroes
Park?
The National Heroes Park?
Yes.
Well, you said before that it was a race course, and I told you that when I came to Kingston it was for cycle sports. And the records state that the Kingston Council purchased the property in 1818. That was a very wise buy. And then in 1838, remember, grand festivities were held, emancipation, we were free. And a significant event in 1838 that some of us would not perhaps know or do not remember, that it was only in 1838 when we became free we were given a surname. I suppose you would be called what? Not Badu. That's the name of a Nasheed. You'd be given a more respectable name. You would be Son.
But Badu is not it's not a bad thing, though.
No, I love Badu. But seriously, we were given a surname. And I never forget Bert Samuel stating that he went to the Registrar General looking for this person's name. And he searched, he couldn't find it. And the clerk said, "You're looking in the wrong area because they were regarded as goods." They didn't give them a name, hence the name. Yes,
the reference to Badu.
Yes, Badu.
Softer
Yes.
version to Nasheed. just a wonderful shot there. And okay, with
Floral tribute now.
permanent secretary there in the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport, Mr. Dean Roy Bernard.
And laying it is. Oh.
And he accompanied Councillor Sarah Marshall, representing His Worship, the Mayor, Andrew Swaby, JP, Mayor of Kingston, and that floral tribute was laid at the monument to the right excellent Nanny of the Maroons. A very powerful woman indeed, Mr. Crawford.
I'm so glad you used that expression,
Yes.
powerful, because she was hesitant about the signing of the treaty, and she walked from Moortown to a compound through the middle of the island, and she stopped at Scott's Hall to tell her brother not to sign the treaty because you cannot sign a treaty in a language you do not understand.
And so there's the photo up there, and we see members of the Jamaica Constabulary Force in the background, and the protocol officer accompanying the councillor back to her vehicle, where she'll make her way to the indoor sports centre. And we want to say thanks to Mr. Bernard, the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport, representing the Honourable Minister Grange, Olivia Grange, OJ, CDMP, and he will be receiving and welcoming all the officials this morning at the National Heroes Park. Minister Grange will be representing the Most Honourable Juliet Holness this morning, Member of Parliament and Speaker of the House of Representatives, and she will be laying floral tribute at the monument to the Right Excellent George William Gordon. How important, as I sat yesterday and I listened to the National Heritage Week Thanksgiving church service, Minister Grange in her speech said that we are the descendants of great leaders, individuals who refuse to be defined by circumstance, but instead stoutly defied the imposition of any kind of oppression. And this enduring spirit embodied by our esteemed national heroes continues to inspire us through countless challenges and triumphs.
Wow. That's the homework for us.
That's the homework for us indeed.
And we are praying, sir, that the teachers don't write at the bottom of the essay, "can do better."
Absolutely. And so we're witnessing the arrival of the Honourable Mr. Justice Brian Sykes, OJCD,
Wow.
Chief Justice, and he will be laying his floral tribute at the monument to the Right Excellent Samuel Sharp. Again, the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport, Mr. Dean Roy Bernard. He will be welcoming Chief Justice Brian Sykes on behalf of the Minister of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport, the Honourable Olivia Grange, OJCD MP, and she will be representing the Most Honourable Juliet Holness this morning. And we will see them, or we are witnessing them, making their way to that designated monument, and that's where they will lay their floral tribute this morning. Mr. Crawford.
I should tell you, Justice Sykes is from your favorite parish.
And what is that?
Portland.
Portland.
His mother was a teacher
Absolutely.
at Litchfield Elementary School, and his father was the secretary for what we know today as JCDC Portland Festival, one of the festivals.
And the executive director
Yes.
of the JCDC there,
Honorable.
Mr. Lentworth Salmon.
Yes.
And Chief Justice Brian Sykes is greeted by the protocol officer, as well as the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport, Mr. Deanroy Bernard. And they will make their way now to the designated monument. To the right, excellent Samuel Sharp. And he's being greeted by Minister Grange, and she will accompany them to the designated monument. So wonderful to see her this morning.
Oh, yes.
And as always, she would not miss this opportunity for anything in this world. A very hard-working minister.
Yes, indeed.
Who loves our culture a great deal.
And she has a way to tell you, you do not give up unless discussion was held with her.
Absolutely.
Yes. Wow. And while they are laying the floral tribute, there is a flower called Portlandia, which is endemic to Jamaica, identified 1753 in Clarendon, and Kingstonians need to visit the Institute of Jamaica and look at that plant. Wow.
Just a photo opportunity there, and we are seeing the Honorable Mr. Justice Brian Sykes, OJCD Chief Justice, alongside the Minister of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport, the Honorable Olivia Grange, OJCD MP, and of course Mr. Deanroy Bernard, Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport. He will now make his way to the National Sports Center. Mr. Crawford, the right excellent Samuel Shaw.
Yes.
He is just as powerful as any other.
Yes. And it's a lesson. He was telling his colleagues to resist, and it got out of hand. To resist oppression. It got out of hand, and he was hanged. My God. We should take this opportunity to thank our political leaders over the years for their innovations to nation building, because I'm young enough to know that there was a time when people worked and they were given no compensation because there was no labor law. And that is now corrected.
Yes, and representing the Most Honourable Juliet Holness, MP, Speaker of the House this morning, it will be the Minister herself, Minister Olivia Grange, OJCD MP, and she will be laying the floral tribute at the monument to the Right Excellent George William Gordon. She's also accompanied by her Permanent Secretary, Mr. Dean Roy Bernard. What a great honor it is, Mr.
Yes.
Crawford, to just be a part of this, especially when you can say thank you.
Thank you to them. And
To them.
as you speak about Right Excellent George William Gordon, I don't know if you drive by Russellite quite often and perhaps pass his old home without realizing it.
Without realizing it indeed. And the next floral tribute will be laid at the monument to the Right Excellent Paul Bogle, and that will be done by Senator the Honorable Thomas Tavares Finson, OJCD KC JP, President of the Senate. And the beautiful shot there of the monument to the Right Excellent Boston-Martin.
Yes, yes.
Again, we are seeing the monument here, a very, very important part of our history. Here is the Senator, the Honorable Thomas Tavares Finson, OJ CDKCJP, accompanied by his beautiful wives, Mrs. Tavares Finson, greeted by the Minister of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport and the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport, Mr. Dean Roy Bernard. And he's being accompanied to the monument to lay his floral tribute to the Right Excellent Paul Bogle. Minister Grange is always quite hospitable.
Indeed.
Yes,
indeed.
quite hospitable
And as she
indeed.
stands beside Right Excellence, the image of Right Excellent Paul Bogle.
Yes.
We should remember that he walked return journey from Stony Gut to Spanish Town, 80 miles, and the governor denied him entry. I always yearned that one day the space will be named Bogle House.
Bogle House indeed. But what does that say about us as a people being persistent in achieving what we believe is rightfully ours?
Remember what I said about the school report? Can do better.
Can do better. Can do better indeed. And Minister Grange is accompanying the President of the Senate, Senator the Honorable Thomas Tavares Finson and Mrs. Tavares Finson, to their vehicle and just exchanging pleasantries there. And the President of the Senate will now make his way to the National Indoor Sports Center.
(2024). The one-drop winning number is 27. The hat-trick winning numbers are 8, 0, 4. The four-play winning numbers are 7, 2, 6, 8. The fireball is red. Thank you for playing with Izizi.
And we are seeing in our shot there the national monument located in the shrine of National Heroes Park, and of course it's guarded by Jamaica Defence for centuries. What can you tell us about this particular monument, Mr. Crawford?
This monument was formerly on Church Street.
Yes.
And it was in honor of our ancestors who died in the First and Second World Wars.
Mm-hmm.
And it was on Church Street and relocated to this space in 1953 for the visit of the Queen Elizabeth II. It's significant. Now, one of the persons who died in the First World War, you perhaps drive past a memorial to him, Wortley. He died his father was a canon at the cathedral in Spanish Town, St. Andrew Parish Church. He died in the Battle of the Somme, and there's a home, the Wortley home in Constant Spring, named to his honor.
Indeed. And we're witnessing now the arrival of Mr. Mark Golding, MP, the leader of the opposition, and he will be laying his floral tribute at the designated monument to the Right Excellent Norman Washington Manley. He's greeted by the protocol officer there of the Jamaica Cultural Development Commission, and he makes his way over to that particular monument. He's also greeted by the Minister of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport, the Honorable Olivia Grange, OJCD MP, and her Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport, Mr. Dean Roy Bernard. And it's now time for the cameras.
Yes. A beautiful story that when you drive past Porus,
Yes.
on the way to Mandeville, there's a little church in the corner as you drive out of Porus. The Methodist Church, that was where Right Excellent Norman Manley was, as they say in rural Jamaica, christened. He was baptized as a baby.
Absolutely.
So that I regard it as a site of memory.
Site of memory. And it's all of this that we're witnessing here this morning is so fitting. It ties in quite nicely with the theme for Heritage Week 2024, One Love, One People, One Heritage, on display here this morning. The love of Jamaica, or the love for Jamaica, the love for the people, the love for who we are, the love for those who came before us, who fought that fight, paved the way, so we can enjoy this freedom that we are enjoying today.
Absolutely. And we thank the governments over the years for the continuity of what we are witnessing here today. There is continuity.
And there will always be continuity.
Thank God.
No, Norman, the right excellent Norman Washington Manley. He has also made his own mark.
Yes. He was awarded the Military Cross for gallantry during World War One. We just spoke about World War One, and he attended Beckford and Smith High School, what is now St. Jago High School, and the Jamaica College.
And the leader of the opposition, Mr. Mark Golding, departs the National Heroes Park. And in a few minutes, we will be witnessing the arrival of the Prime Minister, Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, ON, PC, and his floral tribute will be laid at the designated monument to the Right Excellent Alexander Bustamante. Alexander Bustamante, he too has made his mark
And
in history.
yes, I am perhaps partial, because something that many of us do not know, that his government approved the 640 acres of land for the establishment of the University of the West Indies,
Right.
1948.
And the Prime Minister of Jamaica, Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, ONPC, MP. Prime Minister is greeted by the Minister, Host Minister, the Honorable Olivia Grange, OJ, CD, MP, and he now makes his way to the monument to the Right Excellent Alexander Bustamante. And the cameras capture this very, very important moment as the Prime Minister has just laid his floral tribute at the designated monument to the Right Excellent Alexander Bustamante. He will now depart the National Heroes Park to make his way to the National Indoor Sports Center, and he's exchanging pleasantries there with the Minister, the Honorable Olivia Grange, OJ, CD, MP. Let's get back to the conversation about the Right Excellent Alexander Bustamante.
That he gave his government approved the 640 acres, the establishment of the University of the West Indies. That is just wonderful.
Which is
Education as a
absolutely,
priority.
absolutely.
And as I said, that I'm partial, because I taught at the primary school on Slipen Road that he built, Central Branch.
And a lot of people who are listening this morning would not even have an idea what Central Branch is.
that it's not in St. James, sir. It's Slipen Road. But the principal, the late principal, told me that the school was Conversorium on Church Street, and Hurricane Charlie 51 destroyed it. And he saw Mr. Bustamante then at a wedding and told him about her plight, and the rest is history. But I thought I should share that.
And it's very important indeed to share that bit of information. And as the Prime Minister departs the National Heroes Park, the final floral tribute this morning will be laid at the monument to the Right Excellent Marcus Mosiah Garvey. And that will be done by the Honourable Stedman Fuller, CDJP, Costas of Kingston, representing His Excellency, the Most Honourable Sir Patrick Allen, ONGCMG CD KSTJ, Governor General. Marcus Mosiah Garvey, so much to learn from this national hero.
On a note I love, that he loved Amy's. He loved Amy's. His first wife, Amy Ashwood, he met her at East Queen Street, debating function at the church, East Queen Street Baptist Church, and Right Excellent Marcus Garvey won the debate. And Miss Ashwood went up to him and said, "If you are Napoleon, I am your Josephine." The rest is history.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And how important was that in terms of, really saying some powerful words there that would perhaps make a big difference.
Propel him.
Yes.
Because as we said earlier, a people without the knowledge of their heritage is really a tree without roots. We are imitating other people. And do allow us to acknowledge Sir Philip Sherlock and Professor Nettleford, because they always taught us, you must create and not imitate.
And think about it. As Jamaicans, we are very creative.
Indeed.
We are a creative set of people, and we really don't imitate anybody else in this world, any other culture. When you hear a Jamaican, when you see a Jamaican, the things that we do, you know it's authentically Jamaican.
Absolutely. And the international recognition is there in terms of our own creativity.
Absolutely. And so we are witnessing the arrival of the Honourable Stedman Fuller, CDJP Costas of Kingston, representing His Excellency the Most Honourable Sir Patrick Allen, ONGCMG CDKSTJ Governor General, and he's greeted by the Minister Olivia Grange, OJ, CD, MP, and the Permanent Secretary in her ministry, Mr. Deanroy Bernard. They now make their way over to the designated monument to the Right Excellent Marcus Mosiah Garvey, where his floral tribute will be laid. And it's quite warm this morning, and of course whatever opportunity you get to keep your face cool,
indeed,
you're going to ensure that
enjoy
that moment. The photo opportunity there with the Honourable Stedman Fuller, CDJP Costas of Kingston, representing His Excellency the Most Honourable Sir Patrick Allen, the Governor General, and the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport, Mr. Deanroy Bernard. Just a moment for the camera, and this will be etched in history forever. So those who are coming after we are gone, will have an idea of what we did as a people, how we acknowledged those who came.
That's so
and
profound,
paved their way.
what you said. So we have to make sure that the path is clear.
Absolutely.
Wow, thank you.
And that's our responsibility as a people. Our
Very
responsibility.
profound.
Indeed. Marcus Mosiah Garvey, the right excellent Marcus Mosiah.
A famous hymn here. Marcus Garvey, right
Yes.
excellent, was a hymn writer.
And the Honorable Stedman Fuller, Custis of Kingston, is now departing the National Heroes Park. And this morning, our nation and those in the diaspora witnessed officials of state and government taking the time to salute the greatest names of this Green Isle of the Indies, our extraordinary men and women, our national heroes and heroine. And we say thanks to our officials of state and government this morning. What a great morning this has been, Mr. Crawford. This
Well, we
beautiful
Thank you very much. Thank you very
spectacle.
much.
Beautiful spectacle there. And it really was a pleasure to have come to you live from the National Heroes Park in Kingston, Jamaica, for Salute to the Heroes. And we just want to say thanks to our technical team here on location at the National Heroes Park, the JCDC and the Office of the Prime Minister Protocol Officers who are represented here today, members of the Jamaica Defence Force, JDF, the Jamaica Constabulary Force, JCF, and members of the Jamaica Combined Cadet Force. The National Salute to our Heroes is produced by the Jamaica Cultural Development Commission in collaboration with the Creative Production and Training Center, CPTC, agencies of the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport under the guidance and leadership of the Minister, the Honorable Olivia Grange, OJ, CD, MP. In a short while, we will be joining Stacey and Smith live inside the National Indoor Sports Center for the broadcast of the ceremony of investiture and presentation of National Honors and Awards 2024. Over 150 men and women will be recognized for their outstanding contribution to making Jamaica a great nation. The ceremony will be presided over by the Governor General of Jamaica, His Excellency the Most Honorable Sir Patrick Allen, ON, GCMG, CDKSTJ, and we'd like to say Happy Heroes Day, Jamaica, no matter where you are in the world, and no matter where you took the opportunity to witness our broadcast this morning, a very important part of our history. Mr. Crawford, I'd like to call you Dr. Crawford. Thank you so much.
You are so generous. And thank you for your continuity of purpose.
Good morning and happy Heroes Day, Jamaica. My name is Stacey Ann Smith, and it is my absolute pleasure to be part of this amazing team that will be bringing you the 2024 ceremony of investiture and installation and presentation rather of national honors and awards. As you can see behind me, we are not on the usual lush lawns of King's House. We are, in fact, coming to you live from the National Indoor Sports Center, a shift that was necessary because of the weather forecast. But I promise you, whether indoors or outdoors, we will definitely be bringing you all of the sights and sounds of this highly anticipated national event. Today we stop to recognize 232 persons for their service and contribution to national life. Among the honorees this year, entrepreneur extraordinaire and philanthropist Gary Butch Hendrickson, Government ministers, the Honorable Edmund Bartlett and Dr. Horace Chang. We have retired banker Minna Israel, international dancehall artist Moses Beanie Man Davis and Rodney Bounty Killer Price, chairman of the Council of Legal Education, King's Counsel Jacqueline Samuels Brown, moderator of the United Church of Jamaica and the Grand Caymans, the Right Reverend Gary Harriott, and head of psychiatry and Department of Community Health at the University of the West Indies, Professor Wendell Abel. And those 232 award recipients comprise 8 persons who are to be conferred with the Order of Jamaica. 30 will receive the Order of Distinction in the rank of Commander. 38 will receive the Order of Distinction in the rank of Officer. 2 civilians will receive the Badge of Honor for Meritorious Service. That should be 2 civilians will receive the Badge of Honor for Gallantry. 35 will receive the Badge of Honor for Meritorious Service, and 35 for the Badge of Honor for Long and Faithful Service. Members of the Uniformed Services will also be honored this morning. They include 6 from the Jamaica Defence Force, 26 from the Jamaica Constabulary Force, 27 from the Department of Correctional Service, and 24 from the Jamaica Fire Brigade, who will be bestowed with a Medal of Honor for Meritorious Service. We also have 1 posthumous award for gallantry for a member of the Jamaica Constabulary Force, and you will hear more about that remarkable feat of bravery as our proceedings progress this morning. The ceremony of investiture and presentation of national honors and awards will feature the usual pomp and pageantry that this event is known for. And we have already seen, actually you should be seeing, based on the shots that are coming to you from the Jamaica Information Service production team, the very resplendent looking members of the Jamaica Defence Force who are furnishing the Guard of Honor this morning in their ceremonial dress. Lining up, we also have other members of the JDF with their musical instruments getting ready to march onto the parade ground. Our broadcast comes to you live courtesy of the team from the Jamaica Information Service, carried on free-to-air television stations in Jamaica and streamed on the GIS website, gis.gov.jm, and on the social media platforms of the GIS as well. This morning's ceremony was preceded by the laying of floral tributes by our nation's leaders at the National Heroes Park as they participated in a salute to our heroes. We are anticipating the arrival of Prime Minister Dr. the Most Honourable Andrew Holness and Governor General His Excellency Sir Patrick Allen as they make their way to the National Indoor Sports Centre. While we await their arrival, we have some behind the scenes insights on a few of the awardees. Receiving a national award is an awesome achievement, and we congratulate all the recipients today. In the days leading up to this ceremony, the GIS reached out to a few honorees to get their reactions, and we have this feature for you now.
Constable Fairclough was a very hard-working and dedicated individual. Constable Fairclough was a very jovial person.
On April 15, 2024, he made the ultimate sacrifice, putting the safety of others before his own. Tragically, this selfless act cost him his life.
He was standing at the fire station when he saw a citizen being attacked. In fact, the citizen was fired upon by a gunman, and Constable Fairclough just jumped into action. It was a spontaneous action for him, because that is what he knew. That is what he was accustomed to, serving and protecting the lives of the citizens of this parish.
He loved his family, he loved his children. They're always going out, always playing. He loved his animals as well, because he loved cats and dogs.
He will be awarded with a posthumous award for gallantry at the 2024 National Honors and Awards Ceremony. In the realm of child protection, there are those whose dedication goes above and beyond the call of duty. They ensure every child has a chance to thrive. Today, we honor 3 exceptional individuals who exemplify this commitment.
I am excited. I am grateful. It's not something that I really was looking forward to, because my work over the years has not been really for an earthly reward, but it has been my calling.
I'm elated about getting this award because it has told me that I am here for a reason and for a purpose.
I supervise the girls. I assist in serving meals, dispense of medication, see to that they do their duties, properly groom. It's been good. I enjoy working with these children, with the members of staff.
Maxine Gilmore Bagelo, Sharon Murphy, and Alberta Green each represent the highest standards of service in child protection.
If you're just joining us,
ladies and gentlemen, we are now looking at the golf honor formed up on the outside of the National Indoor Sports Center.
if you're just joining us, I'm Stacey Ann Smith, and we're bringing you the live broadcast of the 2024 Ceremony of Investiture and Presentation of National Honors and Awards, coming to you from the National Indoor Sports Center in Kingston, Jamaica. You're seeing there the arrival of Member of Parliament Anthony Hilton and his wife, arriving for the start of the proceedings. In a few minutes, you will see our award recipients walk up to the platform one at a time to receive their national honor from His Excellency Governor General, the Most Honorable Sir Patrick Allen.
And note, the Acting Chief of Defence Staff is Brigadier Mahatma Williams, acting on behalf of our Chief of Defence Staff. More arrivals at this time?
We're anticipating the arrival of Prime Minister Dr. the Most Honourable Andrew Holness and the Most Honourable Mrs. Holness, members of the Diplomatic Corps, government ministers, several other specially invited guests are already seated inside the ceremonial area.
Leader of the opposition, Mark Golding, and Mrs. Hilton.
And now we see the Prime Minister.
And now we see the Head of State Protocol, Ambassador Sandra Grant Griffiths, escorting the Prime Minister in, and the Acting Chief of Defence Staff, Brigadier Mahatma Williams, escorting the Most Honourable Mrs. Juliet Holness into the National Indoor Sports Centre. The Prime Minister will mount the saluting gates.
The Guard of Honor salutes the Prime Minister. The Guard of Honor is furnished by the 2nd Battalion, the Jamaica Regiment.
Will now be guided to his seat in the ceremonial area by Ambassador Sandra Van Griffiths, Commander of the Order of Distinction and Justice of the Peace. And the Most Honorable Mrs. Holness is also being escorted to her seat at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the Prime Minister, Dr. the Most Honourable Andrew Holness, a member of the Order of the Nation, Privy Councillor and Member of Parliament, and the Most Honourable Mrs. Holness. Please be seated.
We're standing by now for the arrival of the Governor General.
His Excellency will arrive shortly.
And as you can see on your screen, the Guard of Honor is anticipating the arrival of the Governor General, His Excellency the Most Honourable Sir Patrick Allen. And once the Governor General arrives, he will receive a royal salute. He will be invited to inspect the Guard of Honor. Following that inspection, he will receive a second royal salute. And then he will enter the ceremonial area inside of the National Indoor Sports Centre, at which time the ceremony will officially begin. The Guard of Honor is furnished by the 2nd Battalion, the Jamaica Regiment, under the command of Commanding Officer Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Lyside. The Guard of Honor is accompanied by the Jamaica Defence Force massed bands and the Jamaica Regiment Corps of Drums. We will have several musical selections today. We will hear from some very talented Jamaicans, Mr. Sanchin, the Ashe Company, and of course, the very talented military band. On your screen there, you're seeing color ensigns out front, bearing the King's colors. To the left of your screen, you're seeing what appears to be a flag that looks a lot like the Jamaican flag. It is, in fact, not a Jamaican flag. They are called colors and regimental colors of the Jamaica Regiment. The King's colors on the left and the regimental colors on the right. During the royal salute, you will see those ensigns do what is referred to as a sweeping of the colors. This highly anticipated event really allows us as a nation to reflect on not just the service and commitment of the recipients, but also to showcase the organizations such as the Jamaica Defence Force, the Jamaica Constabulary Force, who do a lot of work, not just in terms of relating to citizens and interacting with citizens, but help to preserve traditions and help to provide a sense of pride for our people. And on a day like today, Heroes Day, we get to see them come out full strength and absolutely brilliant. We hear the strains of the siren, which suggests that the Governor General, yes, in fact, has arrived. So we are moments away from the official start of the ceremony.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the arrival of His Excellency the Governor General, the Most Honorable Sir Patrick Allen, Member of the Order of the Nation, Knight, Grand Cross of the Most Distinguished Order of St. Michael and St. George, Commander of the Order of Distinction, Knight of the Grace of the Most Venerable Order of the Hospital of St. John of Jerusalem. Please remain standing. The Governor General is now being escorted to the saluting base by Brigadier Mahatma Williams. He is attended by Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Lanside, Commanding Officer, 2nd Battalion, the Jamaica Regiment, and Major Mario Zahadeo, aide-de-camp to the Governor General. Please remain standing for the royal salute.
You're seeing on your screen Major Gale, who will approach the Governor General and invite him to inspect. And in case you did not quite hear the wording of that invitation, Major Gale said, "Your Excellency, the Guard of Honor, furnished by the Jamaica Regiment in open order with bayonets fixed, awaiting your inspection, sir." And with that invitation, the Governor General begins his inspection of the Guard of Honor.
The military band's musical rendition for the inspection of the Guard of Honor is Pigment Party. Perhaps you will know this tune, arranged by the late Major retired Joseph Williams, commonly called Joe Williams.
This is the 2024 ceremony of investiture and presentation of national honors and awards. My name is Stacey Ann Smith, and I will be working alongside the orator for this morning's ceremony, Ms. Faye Ellington. We're bringing you the event live with the kind support of the production team of the Jamaica Information Service. You will also see our sign language interpreter, Antoinette Aiken, who will be providing support for the hearing impaired. (232) persons will be receiving awards and honors during the course of this ceremony. The Governor General makes his way back to the saluting dais, where he will receive another royal salute.
Please stand for the royal salute.
We're gonna there will be fanfare, which will announce the Governor General as he makes his way into the National Indoor Sports Centre, signaling the start of the proceedings.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the entrance of His Excellency the Governor General. And you remain standing immediately after he's entered for the playing of the national anthem.
We have a packed National Indoor Sports Center this morning. Family and friends of recipients, officials, leaders here for this very important ceremony.
Please be seated. His Excellency, the Governor General, acting in accordance with the provisions of the National Honours and Awards Act, has been pleased, on the advice of the Prime Minister, to give orders for the conferment of the Order of Jamaica upon the following persons with effect from the 6th day of August, 2024. Professor Wendell Dwight Abel, Officer of the Order of Distinction and Justice of the Peace, for outstanding and invaluable contribution to psychiatry, particularly in the area of mental and community health.
Professor Wendell Abel is Head of Community Health and Psychiatry in the Faculty of Medical Sciences at the UWI. Over the years, he has received many accolades for his outstanding research on mental health and his community-based initiatives that are designed to help persons with mental illness. Professor Abel is the founder of Ferdy's House, an adult daycare center for persons with mental health issues, where they receive treatment and are taught how to function daily despite their challenges.
The Honourable Edmund Curtis Bartlett, Commander of the Order of Distinction and Member of Parliament, for invaluable contribution to the field of tourism, promoting human resource sustainability and climate resilience, and for 40 years in the public service, including over 38 years of representational politics and 21 years as a government minister.
The Honourable Edmund Bartlett is one of the world's leading tourism ministers and a trailblazer in the industry. Under his leadership, tourism has been positioned as a catalyst for sustainable and inclusive growth through job creation, public-private partnerships, wealth creation, and community transformation. He pioneered the establishment of the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center at the UWI, and there are now several global satellite sites. The center plays an important role in building resilience against various disruptions in the tourism sector. Minister Bartlett has also championed the development of the Tourism Workers' Pension Plan. Governor General is just making sure that it's all set.
The Honorable Dr. Horace Anthony Chang, Commander of the Order of Distinction and Member of Parliament, for outstanding contribution to public service and politics, including over 31 years of representational politics and 22 years as a government minister.
The Honorable Dr. Horace Chang is the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of National Security. Dr. Chang's dynamic and innovative approach to crime fighting has seen significant reforms and transformation to the security infrastructure of the country, while leveraging the use of technology. In 1980, at the age of 27, he was elected Member of Parliament for Western Hanover. He served that constituency until 1989 before switching to represent Northwest St. James.
Mr. Gary Craig Butch Hendrickson, Commander of the Order of Distinction and Justice of the Peace, for sterling contributions to entrepreneurship and philanthropy.
Mr. Hendrickson serves as Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of Continental Baking Company Limited. He has steered the company to unprecedented levels of growth and profitability through constant innovation and dedication to customer satisfaction. He's also renowned for his philanthropy and was recognized in 2018 by the Rotary Club with its highest honor, the Paul Harris Fellowship Award for Philanthropic Works. Inducted into the PSOJ Hall of Fame in 2016, Mr. Hendrickson received the American Friends of Jamaica Humanitarian Award in the same year.
Her Excellency Audrey Patrice Marks, for outstanding service to the government and people of Jamaica in her contribution to economic development through entrepreneurship in pioneering Jamaica's electronic bill payment industry, and for the promotion of social development enterprises, as well as for the diplomatic representation and nation building.
Ambassador Marks is Jamaica's 13th ambassador to the United States of America and the permanent representative of Jamaica to the Organization of American States, the OAS. A diasporan with an incomparable track record, her exploits for decades as an entrepreneur have underscored an unwavering commitment to advancing economic growth and development while employing scores of Jamaicans.
The Honorable William Leon Billy Shaguri, Commander of the Order of Distinction and Justice of the Peace, for contribution in business development, philanthropy, and community development.
Former Custos of Clarendon, the Honorable Billy Shagori, has been hailed as an exemplary community builder. In December 2022, he was presented with the keys to the city of Maypen, the ultimate sign of honor and respect for a man who served his community so well. Mr. Shagori served as former chairman of the Clarendon Crime Prevention and Parish Development Committees, national chairman of the Association of Parish Development Committees, and he was a member of the Clarendon Police Civic Committee. That service began in 1972. Known also for his philanthropic efforts, he has touched almost every sector, including education, health, and infrastructure.
Mr. Littleton Ovell Tanny Shirley, Commander of the Order of Distinction, for sterling contribution to the public and private sectors.
Mr. Shirley has been described as a businessman extraordinaire who has been serving the Jamaican people through public and private sector boards and organizations for close to 50 years. He's currently chairman of the Factories Corporation of Jamaica and is leading the charge to change the economic footprint for communities across the island through the construction of urban centers to facilitate growth, efficiency, and prosperity. He also serves as chairman of the Kingston Free Zone Company Limited, a subsidiary of the Port Authority, and vice chairman of the Health for Life and Wellness Foundation of the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Senator Donald George Webby, Commander of the Order of Distinction, for sterling contribution to business and entrepreneurship. The insignia will be received by his daughter, Miss Stephanie Webby.
Senator Webby is Group Chief Executive Officer at Grace Kennedy Limited. He has led the group's local and international expansion, especially in the areas of banking, investments and insurance services, and has directed the listing of the company in other Caribbean territories. Under his leadership, Grace Kennedy acquired 100% ownership of First Global Bank and is now a wholly owned subsidiary of the company.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your cooperation and attention? Could you kindly put your phones on silent or turn them off? Thank you. His Excellency, the Governor General, acting in accordance with the provisions of the National Honours and Awards Act, has been pleased, on the advice of the Prime Minister, to give orders for the conferment of the Order of Distinction upon the following persons with effect from the 6th day of August 2024. For appointment as members of the Order of Distinction in the rank of Commander. Professor Mohammed Hussein Ahmad, for contributions to the field of agri-sciences and genetic engineering.
Professor Ahmad is the founding director of the Biotechnology Center at the University of the West Indies, which opened in 1990.
Mr. Gary Mark Barrow, JP, for contribution to national development through the advancement of public utilities, in particular telecommunications and energy.
Mr. Barrow is the former Chief Operating Officer of the Jamaica Public Service Company, a job from which he retired in October 2023. Prior to that, he was the Chief Technology Officer at the JPS.
The Honourable Mr. Justice David George Batts, for contribution to the development of the judiciary.
Mr. Justice David Batts is a Supreme Court judge and author of the book The Law and Constitution for Every Jamaican. Over the years, he has made significant contribution to the practice of law through his advocacy as counsel and presentations on legal education for judges and attorneys at law.
Dr. Kevin Kenyon Allen Blake, Officer of the Order of Distinction and Justice of the Peace for outstanding services to national security and public safety. Dr. Blake is unable to be with us this morning. The Honourable Mr. Justice Evan Jeffrey Brown for outstanding service to the Judiciary of Jamaica.
The Honourable Justice Evan Brown has had a distinguished career in the Jamaican legal system. In 2010, he was appointed to act as a puisne judge, a role he held until 2012. He rose through the ranks within the judiciary and was elevated to the post of Judge of Appeal in 2022. With over 3 decades of legal experience, the Honourable Justice of Appeal has presided over numerous cases, demonstrating a commitment to the principles of justice and fairness.
Mr. Dunstan Earl Bryan, for service to the fields of public health and public policy.
Mr. Bryan served in the public sector for more than 2 decades. He was appointed Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Health and Wellness in 2018 and rose to the task of helping to lead the ministry through one of the most significant health crises the world has ever seen, the COVID-19 pandemic. He was previously the Deputy Financial Secretary with responsibility for technical coordination.
Mr. Courtney Osmond St. Aubin Campbell, for service to the field of financial operations.
Courtney Campbell is President and Chief Executive Officer of the VM Group. He joined the organization in April 2016 and immediately went about igniting its transformation. Through his leadership, the entity embarked on an ambitious digital strategy that has led to new products and services being delivered in modern, convenient ways.
Mr. Wayne Christopher Chen, Justice of the Peace, for outstanding contributions to public service and entrepreneurship.
Mr. Chen is an astute businessman and chairman of the Superplus Food Stores, who has served on several public boards. He is currently the president of the Jamaica Employers Federation and immediate past president of the Caribbean Employers Confederation.
Bishop Stanley George Clark for service to the fields of religion and leadership.
The Right Reverend Bishop Stanley Clark lives by the motto, "Do all to the glory of God." This has been demonstrated through his 15 years of service to the National Leadership Prayer Breakfast Committee, serving as its secretary, vice chairman, and chairman.
Mrs. Janet Ann Kaur Farr, Justice of the Peace, for contribution to the fields of nursing and public health.
Mrs. Kaur Farr has served the public health sector for 46 years. She's a former president of the Nurses Association of Jamaica, serving in that role from 2014 to 2017. She also served as chairman of the NAJ's Home for the Retired and a member of the University Hospital of the West Indies Board of Governance.
Dr. Winsome Pauline Gordon, Officer of the Order of Distinction and Justice of the Peace, a contribution to the advancement of education through advocacy and capacity building for 61 years nationally, regionally, and internationally.
As the Chief Executive Officer of the Jamaica Teaching Council, Dr. Winsome Gordon has been at the forefront of reforms aimed at monitoring and uplifting the teaching profession in Jamaica. Dr. Gordon was instrumental in the establishment of the Jamaica Teaching Council and the National College for Educational Leadership, whose mandate is to create world-class educational leaders.
Mrs. Christine Annette Gore for contributions to education and philanthropy.
Mrs. Gore is an attorney at law and philanthropist who has provided selfless service to her fellow Jamaicans and national institutions for decades. Mrs. Gore has worked on numerous fundraising initiatives to benefit children and young people with special emphasis on education, the environment, family life, sports and health.
The Right Reverend Gary Lloyd Harriott for service in the fields of religion, ecumenism and social advocacy.
The Reverend Gary Harriott has been contributing to nation building for more than 30 years. His is an easily recognized voice as he leads the nation in noonday prayers on RJR 94 FM on weekdays. He is moderator and head of the United Church in Jamaica and the Cayman Islands.
Ms. Miller Adriana Israel for services to the banking sector, educational development and for public service.
Mrs. Israel has given outstanding service to the banking and financial sectors in Jamaica. She was the first woman to be elected president of the Jamaica Bankers Association, where she served from 2009 to 2011. She was the president and country head of RBC Royal Bank, also known as RBTT Bank, Jamaica, and the executive vice president and deputy CEO.
Dr. Douglas Garfield MacDonald, Justice of the Peace, for service to the field of medicine in the area of obstetrics and gynecology.
Dr. MacDonald has given over 35 years of service in obstetrics and gynecology at the Victoria Jubilee Hospital. He was instrumental in the establishment of the colposcopy unit in 1998 with funds collected from friends and private donors. He was also involved in the merging of the gynecological services previously located at the KPH.
The Honourable Mr. Justice Bertram Anthony Morrison for contribution to the development of the judiciary.
The Honourable Mr. Justice Bertram Morrison has contributed 30 years to the development of the judiciary. He has been a puisne judge of the Supreme Court since 2006. His work in the court, particularly in the criminal division, has been outstanding. He has contributed to the clearing of case backlogs in the country's court system.
Mr. Jeremy Alfonso Palmer, Officer of the Order of Distinction, for contribution to the fields of education, community service through the 4-H Club and land titling systems.
Mr. Jeremy Palmer has worn many hats in his lifetime: teacher, attorney at law, national president of the 4-H Club, politician and senior elder in the Christian Brethren Assemblies of Jamaica Church. He has excelled in all of them.
Mr. Hansel George Parchment, for exceptional achievement in the sport of athletics at the world and Olympic levels.
Olympic champion Hansel Parchment made Jamaicans proud when he won the gold medal in the 110 meters hurdles, clocking 13.04 seconds at the 2020 Tokyo Olympics. Mr. Parchment also excelled at the World Championships in Budapest, Hungary, securing a silver medal in the event.
Mrs. Velma Estella Ricketts Walker, Justice of the Peace, for outstanding contribution to the public service.
Mrs. Velma Walker is Commissioner of the Jamaica Customs Agency. In 1999, she joined the agency and rose through the ranks to become Assistant Commissioner, Compliance and Enforcement before serving as Commissioner. She is an IMF certified and trained tax administration diagnostic assessment tool assessor.
Mrs. Jacqueline Arlene Claudette K. Samuels Brown, King's Counsel, for outstanding contribution to the development of law, advocacy, and legal education in Jamaica and the Commonwealth Caribbean.
Mrs. Jacqueline Samuels Brown is a distinguished attorney at law who has been serving the legal field since 1980. She has built a reputation for her extensive experience in criminal, civil, constitutional law, and extradition and judicial review. She has also practiced in other courts across the English-speaking Caribbean.
Mr. Howard Lincoln Scherer, for contribution to the fields of engineering and technology.
Howard Scherer is the son of Jamaica's third Prime Minister, the late Honorable Hugh Scherer. He is the Chief Executive Officer at Hitachi Limited, an international Japanese firm in Canada. Although he is a well-established Canadian business executive, Mr. Scherer continues to maintain his ties to Jamaica.
The Honourable Mrs. Justice Lorna Elizabeth Shelley Williams, for contribution to the development of the judiciary.
The Honourable Mrs. Justice Lorna Shelley Williams has contributed 38 years of service to the development of the Jamaican justice system. Currently, she is a judge of the Supreme Court. In legal circles, she has been described as an eminent and brilliant jurist.
Mr. Paul Anthony Simpson, for contribution to the banking industry.
Mr. Simpson is the founder and chief executive officer of Cornerstone, an investment bank which has seen significant growth. Mr. Simpson is passionate about education and community development and has promoted literacy and provided scholarships from early childhood to tertiary education levels.
Senator Councillor Charles Anthony Sinclair, for contribution to the areas of local government and community development.
Senator Sinclair has served as councillor for the Montego Bay Northeast Division in the St. James Municipal Corporation since 2003. He also served as mayor of Montego Bay from 2007 to 2012, which allowed him to make significant contributions to the development of the city.
Professor Andrew James Spencer, for contribution to the fields of tourism and education.
Professor Andrew Spencer has been a visionary leader in the fields of tourism and education for over 18 years. He served for 4 years as Executive Director of the Tourism Product Development Company, TPDCO, where he played a key role in enhancing the country's tourism offerings. Professor Spencer is a passionate advocate for education and community service and
Ambassador Arthur Burchell Stewart Stevenson, JP, for contributions to the development of football and the public service.
Ambassador Stevenson has made outstanding contributions to development of football, both as a national player and an administrator. He served as president of the Kingston and St. Andrew Football Association, CASAFA, and as a member of the board of directors of the Jamaica Football Federation.
Mr. Winston Lloyd Watson for sterling contribution to the petroleum industry.
Winston Watson retired from Petrojam in January 2023 after an illustrious career in the petroleum industry spanning 23 years. Under his leadership, Petrojam launched several initiatives to innovate and set standards to remain a leader in the industry. These include the introduction of ethanol gas and ultra-low sulfur diesel to the Jamaican market.
Dr. Lincoln James Wright for service to the field of medicine and for contribution to community development.
Dr. Wright has given over 34 years to the medical profession in Jamaica and in particular to his home parish of St. Mary. Within the public health system, he served Onoto Bay, Port Maria, Spanish Town, Bustamante, and the Kingston Public Hospitals.
Dr. Joy Antoinette Wright-Williams for contribution to the field of medicine.
Dr. Wright-Williams currently holds the record for being the longest-serving pediatrician for more than 40 years at the Bustamante Hospital for Children, where she has worked as a consultant pediatrician nephrologist. She became the first and only nephrologist in the public sector for more than a decade. Her entire professional career has been spent caring for the children of Jamaica.
Mr. Guy T. Stewart for outstanding contribution to the economic development and philanthropic efforts in Jamaica, an honorary.
Guy Stewart is chairman of the 400-acre beachfront property Half Moon, which has been an employer of Jamaicans within the tourism and hospitality industry for many years. His philanthropic efforts have extended to the SOS Children's Village, Granville Place of Safety, and the Montego Bay Marine Park, among others.
Thank you, Your Excellency. We have our musical selection, the first of our musical selections for you at this time. Tessanne is the ever-fresh, soulful voice of a new generation of Jamaican musical talent. Her sultry fusion of dancehall and reggae with edgy rock riffs mixed with honest, heartfelt, and conscious lyrics she pens creates a musical style that is uniquely her own. She is determined to make a difference with her music and has made waves in the music industry with the aim to leave her mark on everyone who has the opportunity to hear her music or witness her performance. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, performing Climb Every Mountain from the Sound of Music, here is Tessanne Chin.
Climb every mountain, search high and low, follow every byway, every path you know. Climb every mountain, ford every stream, follow every rainbow till you find your dream, a dream that will need all the love you can give. Every day of your life, for as long as you live. Climb every mountain, ford every stream, follow every rainbow till you find your dream, a dream that will need all the love you can give. day of your life. For as long as you live, climb every mountain, ford every stream, follow every rainbow, till you find your dream.
And now we'll be going into a video presentation. You can see the gentleman on screen just now, Ken Booth.
Start. My life is yours, and now because you came into my world with love, so soft love, wine-colored days, warm by the sun, deep velvet nights when we are one. Speak softly, love, so no one hears us but the sky. The vows of love we make will live until we die. My life is yours, and now because you came into my world with love, so softly, love. Speak to me softly. Wine-colored days, warm by the sun, deep velvet nights when we are one. Speak softly, love, so no one hears us but the sky. The vows of love we make will live until we die. My life is yours, and now because you came into my world with love, so soft love. You came into my world with love, so soft love. You came into my world with love, so soft love. You came into my world with love, so softly, love. So softly, love.
Mr. Ken Booth. And now, the Order of Distinction in the rank of officer. His Excellency the Governor General, acting in accordance with the provisions of the National Honors and Awards Act, has been pleased, on the advice of the Prime Minister, to give orders for the conferment of the Order of Distinction upon the following persons with effect from the 6th day of August 2024 for appointment as members of the Order of Distinction in the rank of officer. The men and women who are playing the role of markers are now in position. So too the men with the bearer table for medals. Dr. Winston Ivanhoe Adams, Justice of the Peace, for outstanding contributions and innovations in the field of higher education.
Dr. Winston Adams is the Group Executive Chairman of the University of the Commonwealth Caribbean, the UCC. In 1992, he founded the Institute of Management Sciences, which later acquired the Institute of Management and Production, IMP. This merger created UCC, the largest privately held, non-affiliated higher education conglomerate in Jamaica.
Ms. Charmaine Dolores Anderson, Justice of the Peace, for contributions to public service and community development.
Charmaine Anderson has served as an assistant to two of Jamaica's Prime Ministers, the Most Honourable Edward Seaga and Prime Minister the Most Honourable Andrew Holness. She has served the current Prime Minister since he was the Minister of Education.
Mr. Glendon Orville, Admiral Bailey, for contribution to the development of Jamaican music.
Glendon Bailey has made significant contributions to the local entertainment industry, and he's been doing so for the past 40 years. He has held the enviable position of having the number 1, 2, and 3 songs on the local charts in 1987, while having 5 others at the time on the top 10 chart. Only the second artist in Jamaica to achieve that feat.
Dr. Camille Elizabeth Bell Hutchinson, for services in the field of mathematics, education, and educational administration.
Dr. Bell Hutchinson is the academic vice president of the Caribbean Military Academy, the training arm of the Jamaica Defence Force. She oversees the Quality Assurance Unit, the Office of the Registrar, the Office of Teaching and Learning, and is also the sister of broadcaster Neville Bell.
Mr. Jonathan Brown, Badge of Honor for Meritorious Service, for contribution to the public service and civic development.
Mr. Jonathan Brown has made significant contribution to the Ministries of Education and Youth and Finance and the Public Service during his 38 years of public service. He retired as head of the Domestic Debt Section in the Ministry of Finance in 2010.
Mrs. Kadisha Rhonda May Campbell Rochester, Justice of the Peace, for contributions to public service and community development.
Mrs. Kadisha Campbell Rochester currently serves as head of the Constituency Development Fund and Management Unit. She has been described as a person who executes her responsibilities with the highest level
Mr.
of
Anna
professionalism.
Chatani Chandiram, Justice of the Peace, for contributions to the development of tourism and entrepreneurship in Jamaica.
Mr. Shatani is Chief Executive Officer of Bijou Jewelry Company. His business acumen has led to the acquisition of exclusive dealerships of some of the world's top luxury brands.
Colonel Elon Colloy Clark, now Brigadier, for service to the field of security through the Jamaica Defence Force.
Colonel Clark has given over 23 years of service as a commissioned officer to the Jamaica Defence Force. He has held numerous positions in the force, including that of commanding officer for the Military Intelligence Unit. Colonel Clark has also led the execution of various missions critical to national security.
Mr. Fitzalbert Garina Coleman, for outstanding contribution to sport in the area of track and field.
Mr. Coleman has made significant contribution to the development of track and field for almost 50 years. He has guided athletics to Olympic and World Championship titles. Mr. Coleman has served as national coach and technical director of the Jamaican
Dr.
teams.
Claudette Patricia Jean Crawford Brown, for contribution to child protection and clinical social work.
Dr. Crawford Brown has dedicated over 40 years to the field of academia in the area of child protection. The retired senior lecturer at the UWI has distinguished herself in research, teaching and practice. She reconstructed undergraduate and graduate teaching in clinical courses at the UWI to introduce more practical and applied components.
Mr. Moses Anthony Beanieman Davis, for contribution to the development of Jamaican music dancehall.
Moses Beanieman Davis shot to stardom when he won the local Tasty Talent competition at the tender age of 8 years old. He has since become a legendary dancehall Grammy Award-winning artist, his career spanning over 4 decades.
Dr. Novelet Davis Butler, for contribution to community development and philanthropy.
Dr. Davis Buckner is a cardiothoracic nurse practitioner at St. Francis Hospital in Roslyn, New York. She hails from Brandon Hill, Clarendon.
And now, a posthumous award for Dr. Daniel Henry Dawes for contributions to public service and civic development. The insignia will be received by his wife, Mrs. Arlene Dawes.
Dr. Daniel Dawes was the late Chief Executive Officer at the Universal Service Fund. He demonstrated visionary leadership, driving projects that bridged the digital divide. He was particularly effective in spearheading initiatives to enhance internet accessibility, affordability, and availability across Jamaica.
Mr. Wendell Burton Downswell for contribution to the development of national football.
Wendell Downswell has dedicated his life to the development of football in Jamaica for close to 50 years. He has been making significant contributions at the national, club and schoolboy levels. Mr. Downswell has served as coach, technical director, administrator and player.
Dr. Karen Nadine Dunkley for service to the Jamaican diaspora in the United States of America.
Dr. Dunkley is widely regarded as a tireless champion for literacy and empowerment among the less fortunate in rural Jamaica. As the Jamaica diaspora representative in the Northeast, she has spearheaded initiatives to advance Jamaica's health
Mr.
and
Paul
education.
Anthony Francis for service in the field of sport in the area of track and field.
As co-founder of the Maximum Velocity Performance or MVP Track and Field Club, Coach Paul Francis has made an indelible impact on the world of sports, training some of Jamaica's and the world's top athletes.
Dr. Claire Cordelia Grant for service in the fields of journalism, media and communication.
Dr. Grant is a renowned journalist, media practitioner, marketer, lecturer in media studies and business executive, distinguished by her exceptional expertise across these fields. Until recently, Dr. Grant was the Deputy Chief Executive Officer for Broadcast and Content Strategy at the RJR Gleaner Communications Group.
Mr. Stephen Samuel Josephs for contributions to philanthropy and economic development of Jamaica.
As the projects manager of the San Myrna Foundation Limited, Mr. Josephs is driven by a deep passion for helping burn victims receive the medical treatment they need. His efforts have been instrumental in raising over $2 billion Jamaican dollars to support this cause.
Ms. Strika DeCarla Tamara Lewis for contributions to poor relief service and community development.
Ms. Strika Lewis is a compassionate advocate in the realm of poor relief services and homelessness. She is dedicated to uplifting the lives of the marginalized and the underserved.
Mr. Donald Hugh Moore for service to the field of housing construction through the National Housing Trust.
Mr. Moore was the Senior General Manager for Construction and Development at the NHT, an institution that he served since 1992. Before his retirement earlier this year, he led his team to successfully implement and execute the Trust's developers and guaranteed purchase programs.
Warrant Officer Class 1 Michael Anthony Moulton for service to the field of security through the Jamaica Defence Force.
Warrant Officer Class 1 Moulton has dedicated 37 years of loyal and unwavering service to the JDF since his enlistment in 1986. He has consistently demonstrated exemplary service and leadership, performing his duties to the highest standard.
Mr. Dean Marlon Nevers for service in the field of telecommunications in Jamaica and the Caribbean. The insignia will be received by his daughter, Miss Lori-Ann Nevers.
Mr. Dean Nevers is a distinguished trailblazer and luminary in the telecommunications and information and communication technology industry. He is the founder of Conex Services Limited.
Mrs. Marcia Yvonne Nicely McCalla for contribution to Jamaica manufacturing sector.
Mrs. McCalla has been instrumental in shaping Jamaica's manufacturing sector, especially the garment industry, for more than 30 years. In the 1980s, she embarked on a mission to redefine corporate fashion in Jamaica, creating iconic designs for notable brands such as Air Jamaica, Workers Bank, and Couples Resort.
Mr. Rodney Basil Bounty Killer Prize for contribution to the development of Jamaican music, dancehall.
Dancehall artist Rodney Bounty Killer Price is one of the most revered figures in dancehall. He is known for his distinctive style characterized by incisive lyrics. He channeled his early experiences growing up into his music, crafting
Miss
lyrics that
Audrey
reflect his
Sylvia
struggles.
Reed for contribution to the Jamaican film industry.
Another of Jamaica's creatives, Audrey Reed, is a versatile and outstanding Jamaican actress who has received accolades for her work. Ms. Reed refuses to be typecast and has excelled in drama, comedy, on film, stage, and on television. She's most famous for her role as Marcia in the acclaimed film Dancehall Queen.
Mr. Laverne Seaton Richards, Badge of Honor for Meritorious Service, for dedicated contribution of 50 years to media production and television broadcasting at the Jamaica Information Service.
I had the distinct pleasure of working with Seaton Richards, who remains a pillar of the broadcasting profession. His journey at the JIS began in 1975 when he joined as a National Youth Service intern. When I tell you about being a consummate professional, you are looking at him on the screen right now. Well-deserved award for
Bishop
Seaton
Ruel
Richards.
Woodrow Robinson, Justice of Peace, for services to religion and community development.
Reverend Bishop Ruel Robinson has dedicated his life to guiding and uplifting others through his pastoral ministry over the past 34 years. He is overseer for the Montego Bay District of New Testament Churches and senior pastor at the Montego Bay Church since 2020.
Mrs. Elaine Jean Sanchez, for contributions to foreign affairs, development, and diplomacy.
Elaine Sanchez has been a cornerstone of the Embassy of Japan in Bogota, Colombia, serving as head of mission, chargé d'affaires, and consul general since 1993, amassing over 30 years of distinguished service. Throughout her tenure, she has adeptly managed the visa portfolio for Colombians and other Latin Americans traveling to Jamaica.
Award for Mrs. Stephanie Marie Scott, for services in the field of culinary arts and events management. The insignia will be received by her sister-in-law, Mrs. Sharon Lake.
As the founder and managing director of SSCO Event Management, Stephanie Scott played a pivotal role in introducing Restaurant Week, one of Jamaica's biggest culinary events. A renowned entrepreneur, she lived a multifaceted life filled with passion, innovation, and boundless energy.
Dr. Margaret Dingle Spence, for contribution to medicine in the field of oncology and the advocacy of palliative care in cancer and health systems.
Before retiring in March 2023, Dr. Margaret Dingle Spence worked to transform the Hope Institute Hospital into a renowned center for oncology and palliative care that is recognized locally, regionally, and internationally.
Deputy Commissioner Joyce Stone, Justice of the Peace, for outstanding public service through the Department of Correctional Services.
Deputy Commissioner Joyce Stone has been contributing to the public service since 1986. Throughout her long and illustrious career, she has moved up the ranks from a trainee warder to the Deputy Commissioner position.
Miss Nadine Simone Teresa Sutherland, for contribution to the development of Jamaican music.
Nadine Sutherland began her music career in 1979 after winning the Tasty Talent Contest. She was the first artist signed to Bob Marley's Tough Gong label and made her first international performance at a 1982 Bob Marley Memorial Concert.
Miss Winsome Antoinette Van Horn Christie, Badge of Honor for Meritorious Service, for contribution to public service.
Ms. Christie has been serving the public sector for over 40 years. She currently is the communication specialist in the Ministry of National Security, beginning her career as a clerical officer at the Jamaica Information Service.
Mr. Loxley Fitzhenley Waits, for contribution to the fields of agriculture and agronomy.
Mr. Wades has served Jamaica's agricultural sector for 24 years. He is currently a senior agronomist at the Rural Agricultural Development Authority, RADA. Mr. Wades is regarded as one of Jamaica's finest agronomists, spearheading the distribution of over 20,000 fruit trees through a partnership with the international foundation Trees That Feed.
Dr. Curtis Alfonso Watson, for contribution to the creative arts in music and international performances.
Dr. Watson is a distinguished bass baritone singer who hails from the parish of St. Elizabeth. Throughout his career, he has performed roles in opera such as The Marriage of Figaro and Porky and Bess, garnering acclaim across Europe, the former Soviet Union, North America, the Caribbean, and Japan.
Mr. Laurie Adrian Williams, for outstanding contribution to the emergency services and public safety through the Jamaica Fire Brigade.
Mr. Williams has served with the Jamaica Fire Brigade with distinction for 37 years until his retirement in 2014. Throughout his long and illustrious career, he exuded exceptional leadership skills, which led to the enhancement of effective and efficient firefighting operations in the organization.
Dr. Paul Robinson Wright, for services to the field of medicine and the development of the Jamaica Association of Sports Medicine.
Dr. Paul Wright has served the medical profession for 48 years. He was among the set of doctors who formed the Jamaica Sports Medicine Association, where he served as vice president alongside President Arthur Wint. He was the first to start drug testing of athletes in Jamaica.
Miss Suzanne Mizelle Alexander, Honorary, for outstanding contributions as an artist and the public service. The insignia will be received by her daughter, Mrs. Wendy Khan.
Suzanne Alexander was born in the United States and came to Jamaica in the 1950s, where she met and married her husband Neville and decided to stay. An outstanding artist, she has drawn inspiration from Jamaica's rich folk culture and its people. Mrs. Alexander is also known for designing sets and costumes for 2 National Dance Theatre Company productions.
Thank you, Your Excellency. At the heart of Jamaica, where culture comes alive through rhythm, movement, and stories, is the Ashe Company, a self-described social enterprise that thrives at the intersection of theatre, performance, and social development. With the performing arts as their core, Ashe has mastered a unique blend of edutainment, using music, theatre, and dance to educate, engage, and inspire. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Ashe Company with a suite of songs from our reggae and dancehall icons, among them familiar songs by this year's cohort of awardees, the Ashe Company.
Nothing's ever done. All time something come back again. Hey, 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 hey. we just a come down. We coming in hard, we coming in hard, we coming in hard, we coming in hard, we coming in hard.
Hot we coming hard, hot we coming hard, hot we coming hard. Bye bye bye, bye 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 bye, bye bye bye, bye 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 bye, bye 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 bye, bye 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 bye.
And when you check it out, Lord, bye bye bye. Whole time something come back again. Go round the bend, me say go tell your friend. Whole time something come back again. Go round the bend, me say go tell your friend. And when you check it out, Lord, no way no better than yard. Lord, and when you check it out, Lord, no way no better than yard. Bye bye bye.
Admiral Bailey?
Yes sir.
You are pleading guilty to the charge of disturbing the peace. Now tell the court exactly what you said.
Hey, hey. Jump up, everybody jump up, everybody jump up, everybody jump up, everybody jump up.
Admiral Bailey, you are disturbing the peace.
Me a God picking, so all me a do is say you can't stop me. God picking, me a God picking, so all you a do me say you can't stop me. Just take your mind off of me, take your mind off of me. I know me make you know, take over me. Nobody watch me, nobody chat me. Nobody watch me style and criticize me. Only doing it, only doing it, me just a come. We don't want to know, let's sympathize. One good loving every night. Right on. Love of God. Step out.
Action.
Sweet.
Action.
Sweet.
I need some action. Tender satisfaction. My chemistry is flowing. Can you cause a
watch this? I will do anything just for you. Make you feel happy and I never know. I will do
anything just for you. Because no love I wouldn't live without you.
Woman, you ready? Some man and mama, they don't wanna tell me. Listen to the drama, listen to me style and catch the pattern. Finish with the next one, you song.
Action.
That's about the most. Sweet.
Action.
That's about the most. Sweet. You know it's all ticket. Well, particular give it some originality. Raise your hand to the second of the quality. Listen to them, pay attention to me clarity. All of them are saying they love me by my personality. Me and my we're on another level. We're no rhythm and sound. Wow. Look into my eyes, let me know you see. Let me listen to you. Am I your enemy? You must have been away. Things are really good. The only friend I know is this love I have.
We're on another level. With the rhythm and sound.
Wow. Oh, na 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 na. Oh, na 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 na. Six it up, drinking rum, drinking Red Bull, and it's very hard. They want to get crumpled like them on the doctor gets awful. Drinking,
always.
Future for future plans, don't worry about we call it. I'm okay. Because we clean every day. Collapse me a bit, me change 3 times a day.
Oh, na. That's all I wanted to know.
That's all I wanted to know. And I never believe in a single word you say. What I know.
You're living dangerously.
You wanna live it too dangerous for me.
You're living dangerously.
Oh, is it me or is it parentally me? Boy, tell you know you're too dangerous. Boy, better you go give it up. Boy, you never stop until you pass the maximum line, but now you do too much. Lord, well, it's been him on again on the surface. Oh, Lord. Hey, Tim, who got the keys to my baby? Who am I? Not about the killer. If I try, come to call my power. Yo, well, I'm a bad man, everybody dead. If I a try this me the licky bed. Me with these people from here down to Z. Me the young Italy, so young Italy. Last time me know say what the price no like. Him a try, spite. Half we a cut and go through call up in a way yard. Don't think you like it, don't like it. Yo, kill you, man, kill you, the man, kill you. Hey. Some diggy diggy dang gadang gadang, sing dang diggy diggy dang gadang gadang. Sang gadang gadang. Sang gadang gadang. Sang diggy diggy, sang diggy diggy, sang diggy diggy dang gadang gadang.
It's our culture. It's a tribute to those who were honored earlier on. Thank you, the Ashe Company.
A wonderful medley in tribute of...
And now we continue to celebrate all our recipients.
A wonderful tribute, a medley. Honoring the recipients of awards, Admiral Bailey, Nadine Sutherland, Bounty Killer, and Beanie Man.
So their positions, and the medal bearer party now in position.
See that? Should do it.
So you got some additional entertainment from Ashe on video as well. And now we return to the recipients. While we await the return of the Governor General to the presentation area, just reminding you to put all your phones on silent. And we thank you for being here to support family and friends today. Thank you very much.
He's a perfect bonder while they were dancing.
No, I can never understand it, the way the system planned. There's no hope, no chance, no loophole, no escape for the suffering man.
Cause every time I lift my head above water, try to save myself from drown, there's an overnight scheme all worked out, designed to keep me down. Putting up resistance, I'm gonna work it out, you know I'm putting up resistance, I'm gonna work it out.
Yes, you know I'm putting up resistance, I've got to work it out. Ooh, putting up resistance, I've got to work it out.
You know I'm putting up resistance, I'm gonna work it out. You know I'm putting up resistance.
Putting up resistance. Blowing low, blowing low, I want to stay home tonight. I long to spend time with my family, but being home won't make it right.
Sometimes the pressure make me feel like hunger, when every
If you happen to be joining us for the first time since this morning, we are live at the National Indoor...
To the ZZ Lottery Draw for 10:25 a.m. Monday, October 21st, 2024. The one-drop winning number is 7. The hat-trick winning numbers are 8, 6, 3. The four-play winning numbers are 8, 5, 7, 6. The fireball is red. Thank you for playing with Izizi.
For over 30 years, with 8 convenient pharmacies across Eastern Jamaica. Supermed Mall Pharmacy, Supermed New Kingston, Supermed Pepine, Supermed Port Antonio Pharmacies 1 and 2, Claire's St. Mary, Lloyd's St. Thomas, and a convenient drive-through at our Hughenden location where you can get your medication without leaving your car. We're dedicated to providing you with the highest level of care. Experience the difference with Supermed family of pharmacies. Super happy, super healthy.
And you go down and have a good day. Let's sing. Supermed.
When Sagicor Bank thinks of a woman, here's what we see. We see business leaders managing sole trader businesses to large corporations. We see university graduates as our women uplift themselves academically. We see more home owners, ambitious women working hard to build their own legacy. We see leadership at home, with women proudly providing for and taking care of their families. We see entrepreneurs, Jamaican women playing a leading role in our economic growth. At Sagicor Bank, we see the invaluable contribution of women in the home, communities, businesses, and development of our country. That's why we're in their corner, supporting Jamaica's women as they strive to achieve their dreams.
You've weathered the storm, but rebuilding and preparing for back to school have taken a toll. It's time to get some money in your pocket. At Chris and Charles, we understand your financial needs. With just a quick call, you can access funds to catch up on bills and cover unexpected expenses. Our process is fast, simple, with funds deposited in your account in no time. Don't stress, get money in your pocket. Call 876-926-0609 or visit our website today. Conditions apply. When you think loans, think Chris and Charles.
Get tiles and get creative with your floors, walls, and all the spaces in between. Our knowledgeable sales consultants are happy to help create your beautiful finish for the latest designs in first quality porcelain, wood look, vinyl, mosaics, natural stones, and countertops. At Creative, you will get every tile you need for your residential or commercial projects. Creative Building Finishes, your one-stop shop for everything tiles. Visit our showroom at 5 Red Hills Road or call 876-929-5553. Get tiles, get creative.
Recycling partners of Jamaica. Yeah, we got to make a change, and we have to do it now, can't wait for later. We put plastic in its place, and we all can agree that will be safer than in the gullies and in the drains. Recycling partners of Jamaica. We put plastic in its place, yeah, the place of it clean. PET, that up polyethylene, HDPE, buckle up, get screen. Baby to granny, everybody roping. Yeah, we got to go green, you know what I mean. See the sign from the bin, if we drop it in through car window, you fling, that another thing. And we don't want no garbage in this game. No, we handle it up, but them are not the same. So listen up, Jamaica, I'm saying it's time to make a change. Recycling partners of Jamaica. We put plastic in its place, and we all can agree that will be safer than in the gullies in the heavy rains. Recycling partners of Jamaica. We put plastic in its place.
Get ready, make a splash with the NWC Mia Water Conservation Challenge. Enter now for your chance to win laptops, tablets, water stations, and water tanks for your school or community. Here's how to dive in. Create a song, poem, dub, or skit showcasing water conservation at home or school. Submit your entries in MP4 format to Mia Jamaica at mia-water.com between July 1 and November 15, 2024. Dive in, make waves, and conserve water with NWC and Mia.
Intervened, dialed 119, and
now
in
the badge of
that
honor
way
for meritorious
saved
service.
her life.
Miss Maxine Elaine Allen for service to the Jamaica Civil Aviation Authority.
Ms. Allen is a consummate professional who served the Jamaica Civil Aviation Authority, the JCAA, for 39 years. Under her stewardship, the Aeronautical Information Services, AIS Jamaica, experienced remarkable growth.
Mrs. Elaine Allen Bradley for services to the field of health to the communities of Negril, Westmoreland.
Mrs. Allen Bradley is a prominent community leader in Negril, where she has lived for more than 22 years. As a retired emergency care nurse, Mrs. Allen Bradley is founder and operator of the Negril Pediatric Orthotic Clinic, which is sponsored by Rio Hotels.
Dr. Merlin Rosalie Barif for outstanding service to the field of education.
Dr. Barif has served the education sector for 39 years. Throughout her career, she has been a classroom teacher, senior teacher, and vice principal. Dr. Barif is credited for developing the manual for administering and marking exams, including GSAT and the Grade 9 Achievement Test.
Mr. David St. Michael Brown for dedicated service to the field of culture.
David Brown has been quietly making his contribution to preserving and promoting Jamaica's culture since joining the Institute of Jamaica, a division of the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sports, in 1994.
Mrs. Annette Marie Brown Biggs for outstanding services as an accountant at the Urban Development Corporation and for community development.
A career which began in 1994 as an intern with the Urban Development Corporation has helped to shape Mrs. Biggs into the consummate professional that she is.
Mr. Victor Amroth Anthony Chance for contributions to commercial enterprise and to social development in St. Catherine for over 40 years, especially through the service clubs. The medal will be received by his daughter, Miss Diane Patricia Yap.
Victor Chance is described as an exemplary citizen who has contributed significantly to the development of the community of Riversdale in St. Catherine. He is credited for having facilitated the establishment of a post office by offering his premises for the government's use in the project.
Mrs. Hannah Louise Core-Daly for services in the field of labor and social security and public safety, locally and internationally. The medal will be received by her daughter, Miss Debbie Daly-Pitter.
Hannah Core-Daly has shown unwavering commitment to the development of Jamaica, particularly the parish of Hanover. In 2007, she was awarded the Badge of Honor in Lucy for her outstanding service. She dedicated upwards of 3 decades to uplifting those around her.
Mrs. Mavis Farquharson for service to the field of social work.
Mavis Farquharson has been serving in the Poor Relief Department of the Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation since 1987. She rose to the esteemed position of Inspector of Poor in 2016, driven by her dedication and passion for helping others.
Mr. Clarence James Frater for invaluable contributions to the public service and the trade union movement.
Clarence Frater has dedicated nearly 4 decades to Jamaica's public service and trade union movement. He started as a postal clerk in 1985 before moving up the ranks to become postmaster. He has played an integral role in the Jamaica Civil Service Association.
Ms. Marie R. Gill for contributions to the economic and technical development of Jamaican business owners in the United States of America.
Marie Gill's journey in the United States began in the 1970s as a community organizer and advocate for small and minority businesses in Newark, New Jersey, and Denver, Colorado. Her deep understanding of the U.S. government structure and its programs enabled her to effectively support the immigrant community, particularly her Jamaican compatriots.
Ms. Albertha D. Green for service to the field of child protection.
Ms. Green has devoted over half her life to protecting children. She has more than 38 years of experience as a health and social care provider for children 12 and older. Her unwavering commitment to child protection has made a significant impact in this field.
Mr. Carlton Earl Hubert Harriet Houslin for outstanding contribution to the public sector.
Carlton Houslin's career in the public sector spans more than 42 years. He was a surveyor's assistant, chief draftsman, and currently planning technologist at the National Works Agency. His expertise in development control has been instrumental in achieving departmental objectives and solving workplace
Mr. Michael
challenges.
Ainsley Hewitt for dedicated service to the petroleum industry of Jamaica.
Michael Hewitt served for 38 years at Petrojam Limited. He was instrumental in several key initiatives, including the construction of the Montego Bay Industry Loading Rack in 2000, which improved fuel supply to Western Jamaica.
Mrs. Mary Maria Diana Joanna Keeling Bishop for services in the field of philanthropy and contributions to the development of the diaspora in Canada.
Mrs. Bishop is a true ambassador of Grand Jamaica in Canada, where she lives. She is an avid fundraiser for various organizations that help young people and adults in Jamaica. Among them are the Project for Advancement of Childhood Education, PACE, Canada, the Arts and Culture Jamaica Incorporated, and Helping Hands Jamaica Foundation.
Mrs. Sonia Joy Lopez for dedicated services to community development.
Mrs. Lopez is a resident of Shackleton in north central Clarendon, who has earned widespread respect and admiration, extending beyond her immediate community for her philanthropic works. As the owner of Hummingbird Construction Company Limited, Mrs. Lopez has been a pillar of support for her hometown and its residents for much of her 85 years. She has provided various cash donations, bursaries, and school supplies to help students succeed.
Mr. Worrell George Luyu for contribution to the local bauxite and alumina industry.
Worrell Luyu has played a pivotal role in the development of Jamaica's bauxite and alumina sector. Mr. Luyu joined the Jamaica Bauxite Institute in 1982 and has overseen the construction and commissioning of the Bayer Process Pilot Plant, a unique facility of chemical trials and research.
Mrs. Christine Ann Madden Williams for contribution to the development of horticulture in Jamaica.
Mrs. Madden Williams has been a prominent member of the Jamaica Horticultural Society since 1984. Her journey from a passionate horticultural enthusiast to a celebrated personality in the field showcases her dedication, creativity, and community spirit.
Ms. Rosalie Ann Marshall for dedicated and distinguished service to the public sector.
I also had the distinct pleasure of working with Miss Marshall, who has had a distinguished career marked by her dedication to the Jamaica Information Service, where she began her career in 1986.
Bishop Donald Charles McHugh for services in the field of religion and over 40 years of community service.
Bishop McHugh has devoted his life to his faith and community. Ordained as a pastor in the Emmanuel Apostolic Church International Organization, Bishop McHugh has faithfully served the Belmont community for more than 40 years.
Mr. Oswald Bancroft MacLeod, for over 45 years of dedicated service to the water sector and national development.
Mr. MacLeod has spent decades working in the water sector and significantly contributing to Jamaica's national development. His meticulous designs of several large water supply systems have been instrumental in serving the entire island. He played a crucial role in the construction of the Rio Cobre project and, more recently, the development of the artificial groundwater recharge facility at Innswood in St. Catherine.
Mr. Baldwin Miller, for outstanding services to the field of education and community development.
Mr. Miller has been a transformative figure in the field of education and community development for the past 18 years. As board chairman, Mr. Miller has been instrumental in elevating academic standards and implementing innovative initiatives at the primary and infant school. Under his guidance, the school has seen remarkable growth.
Dr. Noel Del Rio Morgan, for outstanding contributions to community development, education, and the public sector.
Dr. Morgan's contributions to community development, education, and public service in Jamaica have been profound and far-reaching. His life's work has been characterized by a deep commitment to improving the lives of those around him, particularly in the Maxfield Avenue area, and through his extensive involvement with the UWI.
Dr. Cynthia Beverly Monroe, Justice of the Peace, for education to education for over 41 years.
Dr. Cynthia Monroe's nearly 5-decade-long service to education makes her a revered figure in the communities she serves. She began her teaching career at St. James High School in 1973. From 2002 to 2014, she was principal of the Coronalde Avenue Primary School and president of the St. James Principals Association.
Ms. Sharon Rose Murphy, for service to the field of child protection.
Ms. Murphy has dedicated over 38 years to the welfare and protection of children up to 12 years old in Jamaica. As an enrolled assistant nurse, her career began at the Marigold Child Care Center, where she laid the foundation for her lifelong commitment to child protection.
Dr. Mu Chau, for 33 years of service in the field of psychiatry at the Bellevue Hospital.
Dr. Wu exemplifies service above self, having dedicated over 3 decades of expertise as consultant psychiatrist to the Bellevue Hospital. The former chief executive officer was committed to realizing the vision of patient-centered care, a critical strategy that secured the growth and success of the institution.
Mr. Anthony Lloyd Pearson, Justice of the Peace, for service in the field of business and community service.
Known for his dedication and commitment, Mr. Pearson has served the city of Montego Bay for over 4 decades through his work at Lloyd's Department Store. The current managing director has honored his family's legacy by contributing significantly to the business community in that city.
Mr. David St. Patrick Reed, for contributions to photography and photojournalism.
Photojournalist and JIS team member Dave Reed has captured thousands of priceless historical moments in service to his country, from the arrival of British royalty over the years to the visit of Nelson and Winnie Mandela to the swearing in of heads of government.
Warrant Officer Class 1, David Shaw Sadler, for 40 years of committed and invaluable service to the development of youth through the Jamaica Combined Cadet Force.
Warrant Officer Class 1 David Sadler has over 4 decades in service to the Jamaica Combined Cadet Force. A firm believer in youth development, Mr. Sadler has been instrumental in imparting discipline and molding model citizens who uphold the military principles of the cadet force.
Mr. Brian Courtney Silvera for services to the field of engineering and education.
Brian Silvera holds over 60 years of experience in the field of engineering, contributing much of that to the University of Technology.
The late Mrs. Margaret Ethel Peggy Sinclair for services to the fields of education and religion and for contribution to the development of horticulture. The medal will be received by her son, Mr. John Sinclair.
Margaret Sinclair was a retired educator who left an indelible mark on thousands of children whose lives she touched over the course of 4 decades. She served at multiple schools, including the Retreat and Ocho Rios primary schools in St. Anne and the Kingston Technical High School in St. Andrew.
Reverend Lenworth Hayworth Sterling, Justice of the Peace, for service to education and community.
Reverend Sterling has pushed the boundaries of teaching and mentorship during his 40 years of service to education and his community. A past principal of the Ferncourt High School, he significantly contributed to improving the school's ethos and performance while providing extensive guidance and support to young and new staff.
Mr. Hassett Everard Everton Stone, Justice of the Peace, for outstanding contribution of 30 years to education and a dedicated service to Clarendon College.
Mr. Stone has left an indelible mark on the lives of thousands of students who have benefited from his tutelage throughout the parish of Clarendon. He spent 3 decades helping to develop Clarendon College into the stellar institution that it is today.
Lieutenant Colonel Granville Jr. Virgo, for over 49 years of dedicated and invaluable service to nation building through the Jamaica Combined Cadet Force.
Lieutenant Colonel Virgo has been overseeing young people from the age of 14 years when he started as a private in the Jamaica Combined Cadet Force. His dedication to youth development and combating deviant and antisocial behaviors is evidenced by his nearly 50 years of service.
Mrs. Carol Dawn Walters, Justice of the Peace, for contribution to the field of education, specifically hospitality and tourism.
Mrs. Walters is an educator, tourism and hospitality champion, a Justice of the Peace, lecturer, community leader and worship leader. She was instrumental in the curriculum development for the hospitality management program at UTEC and was a key player in the development of the associate's and bachelor's degree curricula for the Council of Caribbean Colleges, Jamaica.
Reverend Dr. Orlando Everton Wright, for services to religion and community development.
Reverend Wright has distinguished himself as a servant leader in the community of Guys Hill. He has consistently looked out for the welfare of community members, from building homes with food for the poor to awarding several scholarships for persons seeking a second chance. Reverend Wright, visually impaired, getting some assistance from a member of the JDF.
And now, the badge of honor for long and faithful service. Miss Maureen Monica Bailey McKenzie for 40 years of service to the blind community in Jamaica.
Maureen McKenzie has been an agent of inclusion through her work with the Jamaica Society for the Blind as an adjustment to blindness officer. For over 40 years, she has trained persons with visual disabilities or newly blind persons in daily life skills.
Mr. Hurdle Leaford Baker for over 50 years of dedicated service to the water supply system.
Mr. Baker has spent half a century designing and supervising developmental projects across Jamaica. With 26 years at the National Water Commission and 27 years at the Rural Water Supply Limited, Mr. Baker has operated as senior electromechanical engineer and was integral in the development of the Longville Park water system.
Mrs. Ina Eulalie Barclay, JP, for 49 years of service in the field of education and to the Diocese of Jamaica and the Cayman Islands.
Mrs. Barclay is a career educator, former principal of licensed primary school in St. Thomas, where she implemented numerous transformative projects, including the provision of an enrichment room to help students in literacy and numeracy development. Known as a visionary with strong integrity.
Mrs. Herma Naomi Brown for 40 years of service in the field of education.
Herma Brown is still passionate about giving her time and talent to her community. Her tenure as a teacher at Belcastle Primary School in Portland and later as head of the Special Education Department at Yallas High School in St. Thomas resulted in the development of critical numeracy and literacy programs.
The late Miss Joan Angela Butler for 42 years of service in the field of local and international trade. The medal will be received by her mother, Miss Iona Peters.
Another posthumous award this morning, this time being collected on behalf of Joan Butler, who was the Director of Export at the Trade Board Limited, having made outstanding contributions in the area of trade regulation and facilitation. Her mother is understandably overcome and overwhelmed.
Mrs. Sharon Rose Maxwell Campbell for 35 years of service to the Alphonsus Davis High School.
Mrs. Campbell has been known to go above and beyond the call of duty for the benefit of her school. She initially served on the janitorial staff and now lends her expertise as a member of the school board.
Mr. Martin Luther Chisholm, for 36 years of service to the courts of Jamaica, in particular, the St. Thomas Parish Court.
Martin Chisholm is currently a prosecutor at the St. Thomas Criminal Court. He is recognized for his commitment to justice and legal integrity. Beyond his prosecutorial duties, Mr. Chisholm is passionate about mentoring younger staff and fostering their professional growth.
Ms. Sandra Gwendolyn Clemmings, for 29 years of service to the Houses of Parliament of Jamaica as the senior Hansard writer.
Sandra Clemmings is known for her unwavering dedication and strong work ethic. She's also a passionate advocate for the rights of her colleagues, serving as a departmental representative for the Jamaica Civil Service Association, further demonstrating her commitment to public service and the well-being of her peers.
The late Mr. Linton Lloyd Dwyer, for over 52 years of service to the Jamaica Railway Corporation. The medal will be received by his daughter, Miss Lisa Dwyer.
Linton Dwyer was a senior locomotive driver with the Jamaica Railway Corporation who served with distinction. His unwavering commitment to adhering to safety protocols and procedures played a critical role in ensuring the well-being of passengers, crew, and the public at large.
Mr. Leonard Ahijah Francis, Justice of the Peace, for 34 years of service to the National Environmental Planning Agency.
Leonard Francis is Chief Executive Officer at NEPA and a government town planner. With a career spanning over 3 decades, he has undertaken and supervised research in several areas, including development policy, restrictive covenant, sustainable development, and issues related to climate change.
Mrs. Maxine St. Joan Gilmore Begelou for 37 years of service in the field of child care and protection.
Mrs. Begelou has made significant impact in the child care and protection field. She works diligently to reconnect children with biological relatives, whether through foster care or kinship care. She is currently the adoption and abduction coordinator at the CPFSA.
Mr. Ainsworth Kirkpatrick Big A. Higgins for 34 years of service to the broadcasting industry.
Ainsworth Big A. Higgins is one of the foundation producers and presenters at IRI FM. He has been with the company since its launch in 1990. This veteran broadcaster is known for his thorough, in-depth analysis on entertainment and commentary on social issues.
Mr. Philip Alexander Holness for 56 years of service to the Jamaica Railway Corporation.
Philip Holness is a senior train controller at the Jamaica Railway Corporation with more than 50 years of continuous service. He has been a vital part of the institution's history and has contributed significantly to the railway's operations and growth.
Reverend Seymour George Hutchinson, JP, for 50 years of service in the fields of education and community development.
Reverend Hutchinson was instrumental in the formation of United Friends of Highgate, a charitable organization dedicated to uplifting the St. Mary community. He leads the group with enthusiasm to execute projects for the betterment of the community, especially the indigent.
Mr. Norman Washington Jones for 55 years of service to Jamaica Railway Corporation.
Norman Jones began his career with the Jamaica Railway Corporation in 1969. He is a senior train controller. Throughout his career, Mr. Jones has served as a mentor and leader to younger staff members.
Ms. Julia Ann King for 40 years of service in the field of human resource management and development in the public service.
Julia King currently serves as Senior Director of Human Resource Management and Development in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, where she guides employees, manages various committees, and coordinates the ministry's employee benefits program.
Mrs. Marjorie Evadne Layton Curtin, Justice of the Peace, for 37 years of service to the Jamaica Cultural Development Commission.
Marjorie Layton Curtin is Director of the Community Cultural Development Services, a division of the JCDC. Mrs. Curtin has held multiple positions at the Commission, including that of Acting Regional Manager for the Western Region and Acting Executive Director.
Mr. Irvin Walker Miller for 40 years of service in the financial management field.
Irvin Miller has served the Jamaica Constabulary Force's Finance Administration branch. Throughout his tenure, he served in various capacities, including financial manager. He also served as a departmental representative for the Jamaica Civil Service Association.
Ms. Sharon Elaine Miller for 36 years of public service to the courts of Jamaica, in particular, the Trelawney Parish Court.
Sharon Miller began her stint in the public service as an assistant clerk of the courts in the Trelawney Parish Court in 1988. She rose through the ranks to her current position as a deputy clerk of the courts. Ms. Miller continually raises the bar of excellence and has been instrumental in training and development.
Mr. Franklin Nathaniel Picard for 44 years of service to Jamaica Constabulary Force, particularly the Balaclava Police Station in St. Elizabeth. He's unable to be with us this morning. Ms. Denise Althea Charmaine Portius for 37 years of service through the Jamaica Constabulary Force and the Passport and Immigration Citizenship Agency.
Denise Porteous has been actively engaged in Jamaica's security landscape since joining the Jamaica Constabulary Force in 1987. She served as a field officer in the Narcotics Division before moving on to her current role as an immigration supervisor at PICA.
Mr. Norman Washington Rookwood, JP, for 50 years of service to the Gordon Town community.
Norman Rookwood was instrumental in establishing the Gordon Town's Young Men's Association in 1967. This later morphed into the Gordon Town Young People's Association to accommodate the participation of women in 1970.
Mr. Donald Radcliffe Shaw for 37 years of service in the field of air traffic service. Mr. Shaw is unable to be with us this morning. Ms. Maxine Juliet Schrouder for 40 years of service in the field of communication and media through the Jamaica Information Service.
Once again, I had the distinct pleasure of working with this professional. Maxine Schroeder has been a photo librarian, contributing significantly to the preservation and archiving of Jamaica's heritage through photographs since 1987.
Dr. Jerome Enos Courthope Stern for 46 years of service in the field of medicine in both public and private sector healthcare.
As a medical officer at St. Anne's Bay Hospital and senior medical officer at Ulster Spring Hospital, Dr. Stern operated on hundreds of patients without losing a single one, demonstrating an extraordinary commitment to surgical precision and patient outcomes.
Mr. Alan Paul Taylor for 32 years of service to the Houses of Parliament of Jamaica as Chief Orderly.
Alan Taylor's role as Chief Orderly over the years contributed significantly to the seamless operations of Jamaica's Houses of Parliament. Throughout his distinguished career, which began in 1992, Mr. Taylor's responsibilities, including the meticulous laying of documents, providing essential support to
Ms.
members of the
Angela
House.
Levine Taylor for 47 years of service in the field of health and wellness.
Ms. Taylor served as senior public health nurse in the Ministry of Health and Wellness, where she inspired her colleagues and positively impacted communities. The Princess Margaret Health Centre, Isaac Morant Hospital, Yallah's Health Centre and Landui Health Centre in St. Thomas have all benefited from her contribution.
Ms. Dorrit Corrine Thaxter for 38 years of service to the Jamaica Cultural Development Commission.
As Director of Arts Development and Training at the JCDC, Dorrit Thaxter played a pivotal role in ensuring that Jamaica's performing arts and traditional folk forms are taught and preserved in schools and the wider public.
Bishop Joseph Nathaniel Thompson for 47 years of service to the Jamaican Nationals in the diaspora in Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada.
Bishop Thompson has made a significant impact on the Caribbean community in Manitoba, Canada. Through his company, Tommy's Welding Incorporated, he has created jobs and training opportunities for thousands of Caribbean nationals, particularly Jamaicans.
Mrs. Fern Rosemary Townsend, Justice of the Peace, for 44 years of service to the public sector in information and communication technology, ICT.
Mrs. Townsend's remarkable career in the public sector began in 1980 at the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining. In 1987, she joined Fiscal Services Limited, now known as eGov Jamaica Limited, where she has served for more than 30 years.
Mr. Derek Anthony Tuller, Justice of the Peace, for 40 years of service to the credit union movement in Jamaica.
Derek Tuller is a former head of the Jamaica Cooperative Credit Union League, where he championed the values of collaboration and community empowerment. His impact extends regionally as a director of the Caribbean Confederation of Credit Unions.
Mr. David Elkanah Walker, for 35 years of service to the Jamaica Constabulary Force as a district constable in the St. Thomas Division. He's not with us this morning. Mr. Neville Anthony Wallace, for 36 years of service to the Jamaica Constabulary Force as a district constable in the Detentions and Courts Division.
District Constable Neville Wallace of the Detention and Courts Division was sworn in on September 10, 1987. A remarkable run for this public servant.
Mrs. Celine Wilson Johnson, for 38 years of service to the Jamaica Cultural Development Commission.
Mrs. Wilson Johnson joined the JCDC in 1991 as an office attendant. Her journey at the Commission's Kingston and St. Andrew office has been marked by commitment and passion for cultural development. She was promoted to Records Officer in 2005.
Mrs. Rowena Winifred Miss Johnny Wright, for 50 years of service in the field of health, in particular, pharmacology and community development.
Mrs. Wright has been a registered pharmacist since 1967. She is one of the pioneering graduates of the College of Arts, Science and Technology, now known as UTech. And that's part of their pioneering pharmacy program at UTech. From her tenure at the Ministry of Health to her pivotal role as a community pharmacist in Spanish Town, Mrs. Wright has been a standard bearer.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And now we prepare for our musical selection. Irie Sisters. Irie Sisters is a Jamaican pop music vocal trio comprising Anna Kim Myers, Sandy Symphony Stewart, and Faith Maloney Walton. The group was officially formed in May 2024. However, each individual member has spent 24 years touring as supporting background vocalists for a plethora of Jamaican artists. Irie Sisters are in a special niche with their attention-grabbing vocal timbre, harmonic structure, and singing style. An eclectic mix of music genres, including jazz, R&B, reggae, dancehall, ska, and the classic. Styles demonstrating their singular vocal flexibility over the years, on a trajectory to break new ground on the Jamaican music landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, performing a medley of songs, the Irie Sisters.
Long time, we no have no nice time. Do you think about that? Long time, we no have no nice time. Do you think about that? Many are called, few are chosen. You've got to beware with the sheep clothing. Many are called, few are chosen. You've got to beware with the sheep clothing. Many come saying, brother, love. Many come saying, sister, hail. Many come saying, peace and unity. But there ain't no peace to find. Many are called, few are chosen. You've got to beware with the sheep clothing. Many are called, few are chosen. You've got to beware with the sheep clothing. Stepping out of Babylon in New Jerusalem, in Mount Zion. Stepping out of Babylon in New Jerusalem, in Mount Zion. stepping out of Babylon one by one. Stepping in Mount Zion. Stepping out of Babylon one by one. Stepping in Mount Zion. Stepping out of Babylon. Stepping out of Babylon. Stepping out of Babylon. Stepping out of Babylon.
Thank you so much for having us this morning. Happy Heroes Day.
Thank you, Lord, for what you've done for me. Thank you, Lord, for what you're doing now. Thank you, Lord, for every little thing. Yeah. Thank you, Lord, you make the birds sing. Sing along, sing along. Da 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 da. Da 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 da.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sisters Stars. Thank you very, very much. Well, we are preparing for the last lap of our recipients and the presentations. In just a while, we'll resume with the members of the uniformed groups, but before that, we'll have the Medal of Honor for Gallantry, and then we'll go into those members of the JCF
before we go into
who will be
the
honored
next
this
set
year,
of
2024.
awards, we will go now
JDF
to a video
and
presentation
JCF,
of gospel music.
and then the Department of Correctional Services, and of course, you know, the very important Jamaica Fire Brigade will be choosing those members. So, have a look at the screen.
God is my God is my Lord bless you. Happy independence to Jamaica. My name is Rondell Positive and I'm saying right across the nation, speak hope on the life of the people in there. Just put your hand over your head, over your head, over your head, over your head, and then you start to say, cover me, cover me, cover me under your blood. Cover me, cover me, I can't hear you. Under your blood, under your blood, Lord. I say he's all over me and he's keeping me alive. Somebody just say, somebody just say, keep it. Say all over me. Oh, Lord, 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 Lord. Somebody just say, Jesus is keeping me alive. No, God is able to keep us from falling, from every attack, but when the devil start tempting, from danger seen and unseen, he's my help, he will rescue me. Watch me good, say when the enemy comes upon me like a flood, God raise a standard, cover me under the blood, under the blood, under the blood, all over me, all over me, all over me, and he's keeping me alive. Somebody just say, somebody just say, all over me, all over me. Somebody just say, Jesus is keeping me alive. Somebody say, Jesus, Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Say, Jesus, my burden bear. Jesus, my heavy load share. Jesus, my bridge over troubled water. Jesus, stick closer than a brother. Jesus, somebody call that name. Jesus, somebody call that name. Jesus, I beg you call that name. Jesus, beg you call that name. Jesus, when my family was saved me. Jesus, when me have no money. Jesus, when me feeling lonely. Jesus, all kind of problems surround me. Jesus, somebody call that name. Jesus, somebody. Emancipation, rock out on the name of the Almighty One. Call him out. When the enemy tackle on them, so we not tackle on the top and the buckle. Call him out. When the life in a trouble and you can't take the struggle. Yo, emancipation. The name of the Lord is a strong tower. Turn we up, the righteous turn we up. In your name of Christ. My sanctity is in Jesus. Kevin Downtown. Send back the devil, God, Daniel.
When Sagicor Bank thinks of a woman, here's what we see. We see business leaders managing sole trader businesses to large corporations. We see university graduates as our women uplift themselves academically. We see more home owners, ambitious women working hard to build their own legacy. We see leadership at home, with women proudly providing for and taking care of their families. We see entrepreneurs, Jamaican women playing a leading role in our economic growth. At Sagicor Bank, we see the invaluable contribution of women in the home, communities, businesses, and development of our country. That's why we're in their corner, supporting Jamaica's women as they strive to achieve their dreams.
And get creative with your floors, walls, and all the spaces in between. Our knowledgeable sales consultants are happy to help create your beautiful finish with the latest designs in first quality porcelain, wood look, vinyl, mosaics, natural stones, and countertops. At Creative, you will get every tile you need for your residential or commercial projects. Creative Building Finishes, your one-stop shop for everything tiles. Visit our showroom at 5 Red Hills Road or call 876-929-5553. Get tiles, get creative.
You've weathered the storm, but rebuilding and preparing for back to school have taken a toll. It's time to get some money in your pocket. At Chris and Charles, we understand your financial needs. With just a quick call, you can access funds to catch up on bills and cover unexpected expenses. Our process is fast, simple, with funds deposited in your account in no time. Don't stress, get money in your pocket. Call 876-926-0609 or visit our website today. Conditions apply. When you think loans, think Chris and Charles.
You will always keep
was vibing. Jamaican quality for sure. First thing when I wake up, pour up my boat syrup. Pure water, me can't get enough. Feeling the love in the air. On the beach with my ginger beer. I'll do a loop on cash. Still can't go buy one splash. Squash, load, catch up, road. Pure, have you ready for the road?
Pure products, quality for sure.
SuperMed Family of Pharmacies, your trusted partner in health and wellness for over 30 years. With 8 convenient pharmacies across Eastern Jamaica. SuperMed Mall Pharmacy, SuperMed New Kingston, SuperMed Pepine, SuperMed Port Antonio Pharmacies 1 and 2, Claire's St. Mary, Lloyd's St. Thomas, and a convenient drive-through at our Hughenden location where you can get your medication without leaving your car. We're dedicated to providing you with the highest level of care. Experience the difference with SuperMed Family of Pharmacies. Super happy, super healthy.
And you go down and have a good day. Blessing. SuperMed.
Indoor Sports Center. I hope we have been able to provide all of the usual imagery for you so you can participate in this very important national event. The National Honors and Awards is very significant because it allows us as a nation to recognize those who have given service and contribution in innumerable ways to impact the nation. We have a packed indoor sports center today. We have been broadcasting live from earlier this morning, actually. The ceremony started at around 9 o'clock this morning, but was preceded by a salute to our nation's heroes, our leaders, the Prime Minister, leader of the opposition, or representative of the leader of the opposition, and representative of the Governor General laid wreaths at the National Heroes Park for our national heroes, and that began at around 8 o'clock this morning. They then traveled down to the National Indoor Sports Center so that we could begin the ceremony of investiture and presentation of national awards.
And as we celebrate with that very popular festival song,
we have our leaders represented here, and we are now about to begin the final
of the Jamaica Defense
segment
Force
of this morning's proceedings.
And the bearer party of medals to also take their positions. Once those are in place, we will start with the final set of awardees.
We are moments away from beginning this final segment of awards presentations. Coming to you live from inside the National Indoor Sports Center. My name is Stacey Ann Smith, and you will also hear the voice of Miss Faye Ellington, who is the orator.
His Excellency, the Governor General, acting in accordance with the provisions of the relevant regulations made under Section 7 of the National Honors and Awards Act, has been pleased to award the Medal of Honor with effect from the 23rd day of May, 2024, to the following members of the uniformed services. The Medal of Honor for Gallantry, Jamaica Constabulary Force, posthumous award. Constable Ricardo Nicholas Fairclough. The late Constable Fairclough displayed great courage in the face of extreme danger. He went above and beyond the call of duty to challenge an armed man who shot and injured a vendor in St. Anne on Monday, April 15, 2024. During an ensuing gun battle, Constable Fairclough was shot and later died in hospital. His action in saving the life of the vendor is deemed heroic. The medal will be received by his widow, Mrs. Josette Fairclough.
And Constable Fairclough is referred to as a strong family man Committed to his Christian faith, he actively shared the gospel with others and was a beloved figure in his community. Certainly an emotional experience for his widow.
And now, the Medal of Honor for Meritorious Service, the Jamaica Defense Force. Captain Naval Judy Ann and Isinda Neal.
Captain Judy Ann Isinda Neal has given 26 years of service to the Jamaica Defense Force.
Warrant Officer Class 1 Everton Black.
Warrant Officer Class 1 Everton Black has served the JDF for 30 years.
Warrant Officer Class 1 Anthony Fitzgerald Getfield.
Warrant Officer Class 1 Anthony Getfield, receiving a Medal of Honor for Meritorious Service for 33 years in the Jamaica Defense Force.
Warrant Officer Class 1 Michael George Grant.
Warrant Officer Class 1 Michael Grant, a serving member of the Jamaica Defense Force for 31 years.
Private Linville Jr. Francis.
Private Francis, receiving a Medal of Honor for Meritorious Service for 4 years at the Jamaica Defense Force.
And now, the Jamaica Constabulary Force. Senior Superintendent of Police, Norris Livingston Rooms.
Senior Superintendent of Police, Norris Rooms, serving member of the Jamaica Constabulary Force for 31 years.
Senior Superintendent of Police, now Assistant Commissioner of Police, Kirk Algius Ricketts.
Assistant Commissioner Kirk Ricketts also has served for 31 years in the Jamaica Constabulary Force.
Superintendent of Police, Tommy Lee Maudlin Chambers.
Superintendent of Police, Tommy Lee Maudlin Chambers, proudly receives her Medal of Honor for Meritorious Service to the Jamaica Constabulary Force.
Superintendent of Police, Cheryl May Evadney Johnson Burke.
Family and friends cheering on Superintendent of Police Cheryl May Johnson Burke, receiving her Medal of Honor for 29 years of service to the police force.
Superintendent of Police Ian Kirk Oliver Mort.
Superintendent of Police Ian Mort, a serving member of the Jamaica Constabulary Force for 33 years.
Superintendent of Police David Anthony White.
And a large cheering contingent this morning for Superintendent of Police David White, who receives his Medal of Honor for meritorious service for 34 years at the JCF.
Deputy Superintendent of Police Paulette Admarine Baker.
DSP Baker receiving a Medal of Honor for meritorious service for 31 years in the police force.
Deputy Superintendent of Police Andrea Marva Ann Brown Florestal.
Deputy Superintendent Andrea Brown Florestal, 35 years of service to the Jamaica Constabulary Force.
Deputy Superintendent of Police Charles Anthony Kane.
Deputy Superintendent Charles Kane, 37 years of service to the Constabulary Force.
Deputy Superintendent of Police Michael Calvin Campbell.
Deputy Superintendent Michael Campbell, receiving his Medal of Honor for meritorious service, 32 years of service to be precise.
Deputy Superintendent of Police Michael Anthony Cunningham.
Deputy Superintendent Michael Cunningham, 33 years of service to the Jamaica Constabulary Force.
Deputy Superintendent of Police Jeanette Anne-Marie Davis.
Deputy Superintendent Jeanette Davis, 3 decades of service to the Jamaica Constabulary Force.
Deputy Superintendent of Police Jacqueline Melissa Edwards.
Deputy Superintendent Jacqueline Edwards, 33 years of service.
Deputy Superintendent of Police Yukal Mark Francis.
Such a proud moment for these award recipients and their families who have come to support. DSP Francis here receiving his Medal of Honor for 33 years to the JCF.
Deputy Superintendent of Police Jacqueline Maria Green Denton.
It's so important for us as a nation to recognize the service and commitment of these men and women in the Jamaica Constabulary Force, the Jamaica Defence Force, the Correctional Service Department, and the Fire Brigade.
Deputy Superintendent of Police Maxine Elaine Hyman.
So important for us to recognize their service, their commitment, and to honor them publicly. DSP Maxine Hyman, 35 years of service to the JCF.
Deputy Superintendent of Police Fitz Albert Linton.
DSP Linton, 33 years of service to the Jamaica Constabulary Force.
Deputy Superintendent of Police Lucia Hyacinth Madden.
Deputy Superintendent of Police Lucia Madden has served the JCF for 33 years.
Deputy Superintendent of Police Robert St. Patrick McCullough, who is unable to be with us today. Deputy Superintendent of Police Colin Paul Milanese.
Deputy Superintendent Colin Milanese, receiving a Medal of Honor for Meritorious Service, 32 years in the Jamaica Constabulary Force.
Deputy Superintendent of Police Bertroy Andrew Myers.
Deputy Superintendent Bertroy Myers has served the Jamaica Constabulary Force for 37 years.
Deputy Superintendent of Police Andrew Minsley Williams.
Deputy Superintendent Andrew Williams, 34 years of service to the Jamaica Constabulary Force. And I think we can all agree, serving an organization for 3 decades is an achievement indeed.
Deputy Superintendent of Police Fitzroy Lloyd Williams.
Deputy Superintendent Fitzroy Williams, 29 years of service to the police force.
Deputy Superintendent of Police Michael George Young.
Deputy Superintendent of Police Michael Young, receiving a Medal of Honor for Meritorious Service, having served 34 years in the Jamaica Constabulary Force.
And now, the Department of Correctional Services. Overseer Sharon Maria Gibson.
Overseer Sharon Gibson is the first of 27 members of the Department of Correctional Service who will be receiving a Medal of Honor for meritorious service today, Overseer Gibson having served 29 years.
Overseer Gideon Adolphus Gray.
Overseer Gideon Gray, serving member of the Department of Correctional Service for 37 years.
Overseer Elisha Elkanah Hales.
Overseer Elisha Hales, stepping up to receive his Medal of Honor for 35 years of service to the Correctional Services Department.
Overseer Gerald Anthony Letford.
Overseer Gerald Letford, 41 years of service.
Overseer Liebert Erling Patterson.
Overseer Liebert Patterson, being recognized for 34 years of service.
Overseer Donovan Small.
Overseer Donovan Small, his children shouting loudly, "Go Daddy," in the background.
Overseer Norville Williamson.
Overseer Norville Williamson, receiving his Medal of Honor for 37 years to the Department of Correctional Service.
Staff Officer Michael Anthony Brown.
Staff Officer Michael Brown, 30 years of service to the Department of Correctional Service.
Staff Officer, now Overseer Glenford Davis.
Overseer Glenford Davis. A picture of focus this morning as he steps up to receive his Medal of Honor for 34 years of meritorious service to the Department of Correctional Service. Indeed.
Staff Officer Donovan Harvey.
A picture of precision, Overseer Davis. His colleague, Staff Officer Donovan Harvey, receiving his Badge of Honor for 30 years of service. Medal of Honor, rather.
Staff Officer Wayne Anthony Henriquez.
Staff Officer Wayne Henriquez, 31 years of service to the Department of Correctional Service.
Staff Officer Junior Anthony Knight.
Staff Officer Junior Knight, a 31-year veteran in the Department of Correctional Service, receiving his Medal of Honor for meritorious service.
Staff Officer Maurice George Nicholson.
Staff Officer Maurice Nicholson, 32 years of service. That's right.
Staff Officer Collie Alexander Smith.
Staff Officer Collie Smith, 31 years of service to the Department of Correctional Service.
Staff Officer Hubert Dale Sweareen.
Staff Officer Hubert Sweareen, another 31-year veteran, receiving a Medal of Honor this morning.
Staff Officer Ingrid Elizabeth Tucker Leach.
Staff Officer Ingrid Tucker Leach, 21 years of service.
Staff Officer Errol Vivian Thompson.
Staff Officer Errol Thompson, 34 years of service, receiving a Medal of Honor this morning.
Staff Officer Raymond Cleveland Walker.
Staff Officer Raymond Walker, 35 years of service in the Department of Correctional Service. We have several other awardees from that organization.
Staff Officer Oliver Ferdinand Walters.
Staff Officer Walters, 34 years of service. We will be moving through this final segment of awardees. This group will be followed by the Jamaica Fire Brigade, which will close out the presentations for the uniformed groups.
Staff Officer Linford Edward West.
Staff Officer Linford West, another 34-year veteran.
Staff Officer Dennis Williams.
Staff Officer Williams, 35 years of service.
Staff Officer Devon John Williams.
Staff Officer Devon Williams, another 35-year veteran in the Department of Correctional Service.
Staff Officer Ricardo Roy Williamson.
Staff Officer Ricardo Williamson, 31 years of service.
Corporal Milton McDowell.
Corporal Milton McDowell, receiving his Medal of Honor for meritorious service, 27 years to be precise.
Corporal Alfred George McInnes.
Corporal Alfred McInnes, a 34-year veteran in the Department of Correctional Service.
And now, the Jamaica Fire Brigade. Superintendent Leroy Lorenzo Orr.
Superintendent Leroy Orr is the first of 24 recipients of the Medal of Honor from the Jamaica Fire Brigade this morning. He is a serving member of the brigade for 19 years.
Assistant Superintendent Marlon Joseph Buchanan.
Assistant Superintendent Marlon Buchanan, receiving his recognition for 21 years of service.
Assistant Superintendent Mark Anthony Edwards.
Assistant Superintendent Mark Edwards, a 29-year veteran in the Jamaica Fire Brigade.
Assistant Superintendent Courtney Eric Thompson.
Assistant Superintendent Courtney Thompson, a serving member of the Jamaica Fire Brigade for 27 years, receiving his Medal of Honor for meritorious service.
District Officer Donovan Leaford Barrett.
District Officer Donovan Barrett, a 27-year veteran in the Jamaica Fire Brigade. Some of the best trained firefighters anywhere in the world.
District Officer Carlton George Brown.
District Officer Carlton Brown, a 34-year veteran in the Jamaica Fire Brigade.
District Officer Caller Teresha Brown Burke.
District Officer Caller Brown Burke, receiving her Medal of Honor for 28 years of meritorious service.
District Officer Ty Lario Cameron.
District Officer Ty Cameron, 29 years of service to the Jamaica Fire Brigade.
District Officer Keisha Karen Davis.
District Officer Keisha Karen Davis, 28 years of service to the Jamaica Fire Brigade.
District Officer Leighton Alfonso Edwards. District Officer Andre Orlando Fullwood.
District Officer Andre Fullwood, 28 years of service.
District Officer Callimore Hanson.
District Officer Hanson, 29 years of service to the Jamaica Fire Brigade.
District Officer Omar Steve Rohn.
District Officer Omar Rohn, 25 years of service. Family and friends celebrating his recognition this morning.
District Officer Marlon Anthony Richards.
A very energetic support section of the gallery for District Officer Marlon Richards this morning.
District Officer Trevor Anthony Robinson.
District Officer Trevor Robinson, 28 years of service to the Jamaica Fire Brigade.
District Officer Hopton Hugh Shirley.
District Officer Hopton Shirley. Receiving his Medal of Honor for meritorious service, 29 years at the Fire Brigade.
District Officer Kamal Shakir Smith.
District Officer Kamal Smith, 27 years of service to the Fire Brigade.
District Officer Garth Orlando Stewart.
District Officer Garth Stewart, a 25-year veteran at the Jamaica Fire Brigade.
District Officer Tommy Dalton Stewart.
District Officer Tommy Stewart has served the Jamaica Fire Brigade for 27 years.
District Officer Mark Andrew Thompson.
A 34-year veteran at the Jamaica Fire Brigade, District Officer Mark Thompson steps up to receive his Medal of Honor for meritorious service. We have just a few more medals before we come to the conclusion of the awards.
District
for
Officer
today.
Delroy Andrew Williams.
"36 years of service for Delroy Williams."
District Officer Karen Megan Williams.
District Officer Karen Williams, 29 years of service to the Jamaica Fire Brigade.
District Officer Kareem Omar Williams.
And District Officer Kareem Omar Williams, a 27-year veteran at the Jamaica Fire Brigade, the final recipient of the Medal of Honor for meritorious service in this, the 2024 edition of the Ceremony of Investiture and Presentation of National Honors and Awards.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Will you please stand for the singing of the national anthem, which will be led by the Ashe Company.
Eternal Father, bless our land, guide us with thy mighty hand, keep us free from evil paths, be our light through countless hours, to our leaders, great defender, grant true wisdom from above. Justice, truth be ours forever. Jamaica, land we love. Jamaica, Jamaica. true wisdom from above. Justice true, be us forever. Jamaica land we love. Jamaica, Jamaica, Jamaica land we
Please remain standing for the departure of His Excellency, the Most Honorable Sir Patrick Allen.
And with that excellent rendition of the national anthem by the Ashe Group, led by the Ashe Group, we come to the close of this morning's proceedings, the 2024
This concludes the presentation of the 2024 National Honors and Awards Ceremony of Investiture. And I do have another note for you. Please remain standing. The Prime Minister, the Most Honorable, and the Most Honorable His Holiness are now being escorted to greet the recipients. We are asking that you remain in your seats so the Prime Minister can greet the recipients in an orderly fashion. Guests should also refrain from impeding the movement to the ceremonial platform in the event that official photographs will be taken until the dignitaries depart from the area. We know that you will assist us by complying with these standard instructions. Let me thank you for coming out to share this very important moment with your colleagues, family, and friends. It has been an honor and a pleasure to be your orator today. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and do walk good.
Thank you so much for staying with us for this broadcast. We have come to the end of the 2024 ceremony of investiture and presentation of national honors and awards. We have been coming to you live from inside the National Indoor Sports Center right here in Kingston, Jamaica. And it really has indeed been another excellent production brought to you by the hardworking team of the Jamaica Information Service. I have been privileged to be part of the team anchoring this live outside broadcast, bringing it to you as it happens. You have also heard the voice of Miss Faye Ellington, who was the orator here inside of the Indoor Sports Center, where we stopped to recognize more than 232 recipients, most of them Jamaicans, for service and contribution to national life. It was a little different this year. We were not on the lush lawns of King's House, but nevertheless, we tried to ensure that we brought all of the sights and sounds for you. I cannot close this broadcast without thanking the hardworking team of the Jamaica Information Service, also the Jamaica Cultural Development Commission, who were very pivotal in organizing the salutes to our heroes, which happened at National Heroes Park right before this ceremony began. We also had collaboration with the JDF, King's House, and the Office of the Prime Minister. So all of this, viewers, comes to you through a very, very strong collaborative effort brought to you by so many different agencies and institutions. My name is Stacey Ann Smith, and it has been wonderful being with you. Signing out. Have a wonderful Heroes Day.
Where you and your family can go to have your special photographs taken. So
Foodies, rejoice! We're back with another eLive, and this time we're shining the spotlight on the Jamaica Food and Drink Festival. We're thrilled to give you a sneak peek into the mouth-watering delights that will be showcased at the upcoming event.
passion project. Can't believe some 12 years ago, conceptualized, and to see it become a reality and bring it to life, 10th staging, we're extremely proud. We're proud that we're elevating a Jamaican product and giving a platform